Hello and welcome to Queued Pixel. Today I'm continuing my open source JavaScript work, working on my craps table chatbot. This is a chatbot that'll interact with a, well, chat in Twitch stream, but could simply be other streams. I'm working on Twitch for the moment. And allow you to play the game of craps, the casino game that allows you to bet on dice rolls. Let's see, Frosty, hello, I see you're in chat here. You're saying, hey, Pixel, while I was waiting for the stream to start, I thought your next project could be a roulette table that could run on the screen. I could even do the assets for it. Possibly. I do want to work on more kind of graphical stuff, and so a graphical roulette table could be a possibility. I do need to learn a bit more about Unity before I get started on that, but sure, that's certainly a possible project to look at. Could be an interesting collaboration. Right now I'm just kind of experimenting with a couple different things, like, I see my stream preview just glitched. Hopefully my internet connection is stable. If you're seeing drop frames or anything, let me know. Otherwise I'll just assume that the video glitches are only on my end. yeah, it could be an interesting collaboration. You know, right now my focus is on just experimenting with a few different things. You said you could probably be done with that by the end of my stream. Yeah, it would take me a lot longer to build a roulette table than the assets probably would, particularly because I just don't know the. I don't know enough about Unity to do that. That there's still a lot of work to do there. So I don't know. I probably won't really want to commit to that just yet. I don't want to have you do a whole bunch of work that I may not end up using. So we'll see. I'll keep that on my mind, and if that's something I do end up doing, I will reach out and see how you can help. For today, however, I do want to continue working on my craps table chatbot. That is what I'm doing today. My next planned stream is going to be on Sunday, June 23rd at 9 a.m. I do plan to stream every Sunday around this time. Next Sunday is Father's Day, so I'm going to be taking that day off to spend time with my dad. This doesn't mean that I'm not going to stream at other times. I'm contemplating adding in some evening streams throughout the week as I have time. That is, I haven't had a lot of time over the last week, but I do want to try to add in more streaming and just try to figure that out. But my commitment right now is to do every Sunday except for next Sunday because of Father's Day. So let's go take a look at the work I've been doing on my craps table chatbot. So last week I actually kind of documented a whole scripting process for how to add some scripting to the bot. You started with adding an eval command with the ability to print stuff. You know, we can print out hard-coded statements. We can print out variables. We could print out simple expressions. And then add the ability to evaluate a bet command. Add program support. A whole bunch of stuff here. We'll get to that. You know, I want to look into this and start into it and see how far we get. I do have a few things I want to address before we get into there. First, I found last time, actually I found earlier that the integer parsing in JavaScript isn't so fantastic. There's a couple of things that it does that aren't so great. Like right now, I don't specify a radix, and so if somebody types in a number that has a 0x in front of it, it parses it as a hexadecimal number, which is a little bit weird. So if you do a 0 with no x, it possibly parses it as octal, which is also really weird. And plus, if you throw in some garbage that is not a number, it'll parse up to the point it reaches the garbage, and then return just the number. And that might lead to some weird behavior as well. So the thought here is to implement a stricter integer parsing function, uses a radix of 10, and prevents numbers with trailing non-numeric characters. See, I saw another message here from Frosty. I mean, it could be just the roulette thing spinning, have it stop, and the queued test could just announce the result based on what the wheel and ball landed on. Doesn't sound too advanced, to be honest. The issue is you're adding the graphical elements, and so right now with my other craps table stuff, this is the interface for the craps table. It's purely in the console. There's no graphics whatsoever. And so once we start adding graphics, there's a lot more complexity that needs to go into that. I need to pick a graphics engine. Unity is something I want to learn. If I wanted to continue to use JavaScript, there's the phaser engine. That's the same thing I use with the overlay that I had on at the beginning of the stream. In fact, that reminds me, I need to turn my overlay off because I'm not using my overlay any longer. So there's just a little more complexity. It's not quite as simple as you might expect, and I just don't have the experience to do that as quickly as you might like. And so that's my only hesitation there. I do want to get into something like that and do more graphical stuff, and Unity is kind of going to be the way I'm gonna want to do that. And so that's just kind of where I'm at. That's why it might be a little harder than you might expect. Continue looking at the work I've been doing. Let's see, refactor code for removing parameters from commands into its own function. Yeah, so some of the work I did, a lot of the work I did last week was to update command parsing. There's a series of issues regarding my command parsing, that led to, well, that just needed one. I wanted to refactor it. Just there's a complexity there that wasn't so great, and we've refactored that. But now there's a kind of some duplicate code that I want to clean up and refactor into its own function now. And finally, add help message to error message. Error messages where appropriate. So sometimes you'll have like a, well, if you don't specify a craps command, like I'll do that now, say craps, you don't give it a subcommand, you'll say you must specify a command for help, and it gives you the help command. That doesn't always come up. Like if I say craps bet, what does that do? Specify which bet you wish to make, and that's another opportunity for a help command. And so I just kind of want to evaluate the code and see where I can add these help messages so that if someone is struggling to make use of the bot, that they'll at least be given some help as to where to find more information. Then if there's time, I would like to start looking at the scripting stuff. I do want to try to make some progress on scripting stuff per stream, just to kind of slowly start digging through that. There's some other stuff to consider here. Add a force command to allow the bot owner to run a command as another user. That's just kind of a testing thing, so that if I need to simulate multiple users or multiple players, I could do so. Add a banker queue. Right now, when someone sets up to be the banker, they're only the banker for one session, and then they're no longer the banker, and then we need another banker. So my thought is to set up a queue so that if you want to be the banker, you become the banker when the current one is done. And if we don't have anyone who wants to be the banker, we'll just have someone continue to be the banker for as long as nobody wants to be the banker. Some other thoughts here. I think I want to have allow the bot to serve as the banker if no one volunteers. So if just nobody wants to be the banker, I just want the bot to step in and handle that role, so it just alleviates some complexity there. Some other things to think about. I did do some research since my last stream to investigate creating a craps chat room. Let me show you what this looks like here briefly. Let's see, how do I do this without breaking my stream? I think I can just do this. Let's pop out my chat. There we go. So this is the normal chat room that it's just got cleared out because I just popped out a new version of it. But I've added a craps table chat room. And you can see I've already been testing this a little bit over the last week or so. And I was able to connect my bot to it. So you see QTest responding to the craps help command. But I did run into some issues in that Stream Elements does not connect to this channel, or to this chat room, and so I don't have access to like the bot banker commands and stuff like that. And so that's partially why I want to add the force command, so that if I do move the craps bot to its own chat room, that I can still be able to force or pretend other players are playing, because I won't have Stream Elements, so I'll really need to be able to have other players test for me here. Add down a banker queue and allow the bot to serve as the banker, I think will help that as well. So let's just add a note here. Consider, allow bot to use chat room. And I think the only thing that really is left after the above things is I need to clean up debugging. Or not debugging, but debug log. I found a couple of issues with this, which is the The channel name is ugly. This is the channel name right here to connect to that chat room programmatically. You connect to the chat room's IRC channel, then you need to connect to my unique ID, and then you need to connect to the UID of the chat room. And so every time the bot responds, this is the chat room it's printing out here. It would actually print out that entire long string rather than queued pixel. And so I just want to clean up the debugging log so that it gets rid of that, because I don't want to have my debugging log filled with junk like that. So that's one thought. Clean that up. The other thing I saw is, for whatever reason, like right now when you use the bot and the bot talks, here's queue test, the bot is talking here. You only see that message appear once, but when it's in a chat room, you see that message appear twice. And so there's these duplicate messages. Remove duplicate messages. Chat bot chats. That was sent by chatbot. Those are the two main issues I'm aware of specific to allowing the bot to use a chat room. And the main reason for that is because for those who've attended several streams, you can see that the chat gets a little busy when I'm testing the bot pretty heavily, and it can become hard to chat with users doing regular chat. And so the hope here is to be able to move the bot testing to a separate chat room so we can continue to have a real conversation inside the mainstream chat room. That's kind of the main thought there. But before I do that, I just have kind of these things I want to do first. Probably add those first. So it's kind of maybe a secondary tier feature set to consider. And then after this, we have everything else that we want to do. Add a max keyword to place bets for the maximum amount, so we don't have to do math to figure out what that is. There's still a few bets we're missing. Allow players to change existing bets. Allow players to turn bets on and off. Consider a crap stop command to safely stop the bot. And then consider limiting the leaderboard to active players. So that's kind of the thoughts about where we want to go. For today, I'm going to start with the parsing tasks. Move on to the scripting. And we'll just see how far we get. Let's see, I got a couple things up here. I think I have this chat room. I want to close this. We're not going to be using this chat room just yet, so if anyone tries to chat in here, I probably won't notice. I'm just going to go ahead and close it here. Close my secondary dashboard. And I'm back to my main chat room, and I don't see any chatting going on there. All right. All right, so for the integer parsing, implement a stricter integer parsing function that uses a radius of 10 for most numbers with trailing non-numeric characters. Yeah, so let's think about this here. We could probably do a regular expression to just verify that it only contains those things. And let's just demonstrate a few of the issues here to demonstrate a couple of the issues we're trying to fix. So first, let's go bot banker, so we get our banker back. If I say craps bet pass, and I want to make a $10 pass bet, and I fat finger the 0 and I do an O instead, this gets parsed as a 1 rather than an error or a 10. So that's one aspect. The second, if I say craps bet field OX, say 10, this is going to be a weird bet here. It's going to be 160 or something. I'm not sure what it'll say here. 16. Okay, bet made for 16. Right, because it's a hexadecimal, so that 1 becomes a 16. And a little bit weird. Now let's see, how about craps, bet? What else can we do a pretty large bet on here? I just need to look up my documentation for what my bets are. Here, pass, don't pass, field. Any 7 should work. So let's say craps bet any 7. I could type it here. And let's do 0, 10. Let's see what that does. Alright, so it doesn't do octal parsing there. Sometimes JavaScript has the option to do octal parsing if you prefix your number with a 0. And so that's not an issue here, but it is implementation dependent. So that does kind of demonstrate some of the issues we're trying to solve here. So probably the simplest thing to do is to just do a regular expression check and just make sure that the number we're about to parse only contains the numbers or the characters 0 through 9 and force a radix. So let's take a look at this. Let's go ahead and start by opening up our craps table class. You have kind of these helper functions here. Let's see, I won $6. Oh, because of the field bet. All right, that's nice. So we've got timers, roll timers, craps timer, process random roll, die roll, format currency. Here we have kind of some helper functions. So let's say you safe parse int. Here's the value we want to parse. Add a comma. And so the first thing we want to test here is a regular expression. So let's go look up JavaScript regular expressions. JavaScript regular expression. So we can create a regular expression. We're calling the constructor of the regex object. Writing a pattern using so working with regular expressions. Test and exec with the string methods, match, replace, search, and split. So there's a string match function. Let's go look up string match. String match. The match method retrieves the result of matching a string against a regular expression. Cook brown fox jumps over the lazy dog, it barked. So let's just grab something like this here. And actually I'm going to, let's leave this as is, I guess. But let's actually start making our changes, our test changes in Twitch CrapSpot. This is what gets called whenever we start our bot, and so it just gives me a good opportunity to just test a couple things here. So say var value is equal to foo123 baz foo bar. So there's a number in there. I don't know what the /G means here. Escaping. So here we're using the /G, but nobody is explaining what that means. Oh, here we go. The G after the regular expression is an option or flag that performs a global search, looking in the whole string and returning all matches. It is explained below in advanced searching with flags. Global search. Case sensitive, multi-line, Unicode, sticky. The data expression with the G flag is different when the exec is used. The roles of class and argument get reversed. In the case of match, the string, class, or data type owns the method, and regular expression is just an argument. In the exec, it is a regular expression that owns the method, the string being the argument. Okay. I'm not really sure I care too much about all that. So let's go back to the JavaScript reference, look for string, and just see what string match does here again. Actually, what I should do is let's just open that in a new window so we can have both things open here. Return value, an array whose contents depend on the presence or absence of the global flag or null if no matches are found. If the G flag is used, all matches will be returned, but capture groups will not. It does not use only the first complete match and its related capture groups. See, a match isn't really quite what I want. I wanted to return true if it exists, false otherwise. So let's see if search maybe is a better option. Executes a search for a match return regular expression in the string object. Return value, the index of the first match for the given string if not found. You have to only know if it exists, use the similar test method, which returns a boolean. Well, test might be more appropriate here. Test returns, test executes a search for a match between regular expression and a specific string, returns true or false. So regex.test of string. Yeah, let's try that. And so var regex, let's drop that. And let's say we want to match the numbers 0 through 9, or the digit characters 0 through 9. And then let's just do console.log regex.test of value. And I think that this will return true. Now let's just test that and see if it does. Yes, it returns true. And the reason for that is because we don't limit where we search in this regular expression. This will return true if we find 0 through 9 anywhere inside the regular expression. And so what we need to do now is limit our search so that we only want those numbers. So let's go look up the documentation for how to do that. So we have character classes. So this might be easier here. We have dot, any character, \d matches any digit, Arabic numeral equivalent to 0 through 9. Okay, that's an improvement. So let's just add in the \d here. else? And then we want to, I know there's like codes to say beginning of string and end of string. And I think it's $sign and caret. I don't see it here yet. Let's just see if $sign or caret is referenced anywhere. Oh, here we are. The M flag is used to specify that a multi-line is used, blah, blah, blah. Let's see if we talk about it not in that context. Variables. $sign ampersand means the whole matched string. That's replace. Let's talk about replace. I don't care about replace. So they only talk about it here. So let's see. So caret and $sign match at the start and end. So I'm guessing caret must be beginning and $sign must be end. So let's try this. We'll say caret for the beginning and $sign for the end. Oops, wrong spot. $sign there. And let's see what this does. I suspect that this is going to return false. So at least I hope this returns false. Yes, it returns false there. So let's take a closer look. So now what we want is for this to return true. I suspect it's still going to return false because we don't actually have a multi-character specifier here. We only match on one digit. And so if we have multiple digits, this will still return false. But let's just test that to be sure. Yep, still returns false. So now let's say we want to match on one or more digits. And I think the way to do that is with the plus sign. Let's see if there is a plus definition here. Using simple patterns, escaping, parentheses. Yeah, so what I'm not seeing here is kind of a documentation about creating regular expressions. This tells you, if you know how to create them, how to put them into JavaScript, but it isn't really a complete documentation of regular expressions. Yeah, star means 0 or more, so it's giving you bits and pieces, but not the full specification. Now, I know that plus is what I'm looking for, so I'm not going to worry about it. I probably just need to find a documentation, more complete documentation on regular expressions. So let's give this a try. So we're basically looking for one or more digits, and so 1, 2, 3 should work. Let's go ahead and give that a try. Yes, 1, 2, 3 does work. And so now if we give it 1, 2, 3A, that should not work. Yep, that is false. If I say A, 1, 2, 3, also false. If I say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, this should work. Yep, that is true. And then 1, 2, 3A, 4, 5, 6 should fail. Perfect. All right, so we have our regular expression here. Let's just go ahead and copy and paste this into our safe parse int function. So we could say, don't attempt to parse if the value is not entirely numeric. And so if not of this, to return, well, we want to return not a number, so we can basically simplify calls to this rather than an exception. Let me remind myself how to do not a number. I think it's number.not a number, but I'll just have to confirm that here. Well, if not a number, maybe that's just it. Can I just do a... Okay, it's just a literal. I could just return NaN, and that is it. So return NaN. Boom. Simple enough. Otherwise, we want to do a parse. So we have parse int throughout the code here. Let's just grab one. We want to parse int of value. We want to return this. Otherwise, parse the value. Otherwise, return the parsed value. That's it. There's one other small change to do here, which is we have the radix issue as well. Which the only reason we have to solve the radix issue is because of the octal parsing. Let's go look up that again here. I think it's... Was it just parse int? Let me see how we do the parse int. That's just parse int. So let's just look for... Oh, let's just grab the documentation here. JavaScript parse int. So we give it... string radix. And radix is an integer between 2 and 36, represents the radix. Be careful, this does not default to 10. This is the issue here. And the structure below explains in more detail what happens when radix is not provided. If radix is undefined, 0, or unspecified, JavaScript assumes the following. So the string begins with 0x, a 0 followed by a lowercase or uppercase x. Radix is assumed to be 16, and the string is assumed as parsed as a hexadecimal. So we've tested that, and yes, that is true. If the string begins with a 0, a radix is assumed to be octal or 10. Exactly which radix is chosen is implementation dependent. The testing I did said that it is 10, but on a different machine that could be 8. And so we just want to specify 10 instead. That's the reason why we want to specify 10. So the call is string first followed by radix. So let's do string first. Otherwise, parse the value with a radix of 10. And I can't really test this because the hexadecimal or the octal parsing doesn't show up. We'll just have to trust that this does work. And so now we need to look for all occurrences of parseInt and call this function instead. So let's just go look for parseInt. That's it. We're going to ignore this one because obviously this one has to stay. But this one, we're going to do this.safe parseInt. This is for die rolls. This is for bets where you're betting on a number, such as like a come bet. This is for hot bets where you're betting on 2 die rolls or 2 dice. Here's your bet amount. let's go ahead and give that a try. Let's clean up our debugging code. I think we have a couple things to clear out here. And let's just give it a quick test here. So we had a couple of basic tests to try here. First, let's get our bot banker back. And I said craps, bet, pass, let's say 10, but I fat finger the 0 and type O instead. This would normally be converted as a 1, and now we get unable to parse amount. Excellent. And then we would say craps, bet, pass, 0x, 10, and this would be parsed as a 16. And now unable to parse amount. Now let's just verify that basic parsing does work. Craps, bet, pass for 10. Should be a true 10. Verify that the radix of 10 is being used. Excellent. Craps, bet, field for, say, 20. Great. Yeah, so that seems simple enough. Let's just look at our code while the bot is processing those bets. And yeah, so we've added a safe parse int, and we've replaced all occurrences of parse int with calls to safe parse int. And basically, the only thing we've really added is this regular expression check to return not a number if the value returned to parse is not completely numeric. Then the other thing we did is we added this radix of 10. So they always parse, assuming the values are decimal rather than octal or hexadecimal or something else. Then everything else is just to replace our parsing calls to safe parse int. Let's look at the commit message here. Implement a stricter integer parsing function that uses a radix of 10 and prevents numbers with trailing non-numeric characters. I lost money. No! I must have lost my field bet. Yeah, because 5 is no field 5. That's fine. I still got my pass line bet out. I bet we can hit a point of 6. Implement a stricter integer parsing function. Well, let's just make a overview of this. So add a stricter integer parsing function. Implement stricter integer parsing. Then we'll use this, implement stricter integer parsing. That uses a radix of 10 and prevents numbers with trailing non-numeric characters. And I won 20 bucks. Yes! Yeah, so that looks like a good commit message there. Let's go ahead and commit that. So I won't do the commit message on the command line because it's kind of lengthy. Let's actually open up a new terminal window here so that I can use my default terminal size to deal with formatting, just so I can use the nano justify feature there. Perfect. So that's committed. I won't push that right away. I like to batch up my commits when I can. So what's next? Refactor code for removing parameters from commands into its own function. Yeah, so this is a little bit of refactoring cleanup here. So let me show you some of the issues here. I did a lot of stuff processing commands using splits, using the string split method. And so we frequently have the need to grab the first element of a string, or of a command that's specified as a string, and these strings or these commands are space delimited. So you could think when we're typing in a command, like a bet command, it's like craps. That's the first element. Bet is the second element. The bet we're trying to make, pass, is the third element, and then the amount is the fourth element. And so we do the split on spaces so that we split these into an array of things here. So we have array index 0 would be craps. Array index 1 would be bet. Array index 2 is pass. Array index 3 is the amount, 5. And to simplify the parsing at all levels, what we do is we'll frequently check the first element, consider that a prefix, and decide what to do based on that first element. Then pass the rest of the command on to some other aspect of code to finish the rest of the parsing. And so we have this logic here, where here we're getting the prefix, we get the first element out, and then here we're getting everything else. Yeah, so what I want to see here is a function to kind of encapsulate all of this, because we do this all over the place. This is one spot we do it here. If I open up command processing a craps table, we'll see it all over the place down here as well. Let's just show you some examples of where it shows up again down here. Now, this was a fairly complex bit of code, not super complex, not super lengthy, but it just shows up all over the place. And so I think it makes sense to encapsulate it and move it into its own kind of helper function to simplify our code. Here we go. So process command. Yep, so here we have our command name. This is where we get our prefix. Command data is to get everything else. So we have the same exact pattern here. If we go look up the bet command, or the roll command, or the bet command, we'll see the same thing, where the bet command in particular will do the same logic. So let's go look at that real fast as well. Yep, here it is. And again, the same thing. Bet type is the prefix, bet data is everything else. And then even some of the bets will have even further levels of this. Those that work on a number, like the come odds works on a number, so it does the same thing. Don't come odds, place by, or place don't place by, lay hard hop, all rely on additional data as well. So that's all sorts of places where we do additional prefix and remainder processing. So I think as before, let's just do some quick testing here. Say var value is equal to foo bar. Let's just do a quick function. How do I do a inline function here? Yeah, I think I could just do like this. Let's say get prefix value. We could say return value.split. We want to give it a space as our delimiter. And then we want to do what? The 0th entry of that array. Now let's do console.log. We'll say prefix get plus get prefix of value. So let's make this big. We'll say foo bar baz big-ish, just so we have a couple of things to deal with for the remainder here. So let's just see what that does real fast. I'm pretty sure I know what'll happen here, but I just like to test these things piecewise just to make sure I'm not doing anything weird. Perfect. So we have our prefix foo, and actually what I should do is add in just some minor brackets here, just so we can verify we don't have any excess space. Let's just give that a try. Perfect. So yes, we have our prefix, no excess space. Let's actually also print out our value. Just so we can see everything here. And so one of the concerns I have is what happens if we have leading space here. So let's just throw in a leading space and see what that does. Yeah, I was afraid of this. So we have our value has the leading space as we'd expect, and we have this prefix with nothing in it. And so basically the split function, if the character you're splitting on is the first character, it basically just returns an empty string for your first thing. That's not great. So I've done some work with Twitch. I've been testing things to see, what happens if we have extra space. Like I know with Twitch, if we have a message that has spaces in it like that, I know Twitch would trim out those intermediate spaces. Let's do some quick testing here. Let's just do this testing up here inside the chat processing. It's going to be a little bit messy, but it'll allow me to test this a little bit better. So we'll just give this a try here. And we have, instead of value, we have what? Actually, let's say value equals message. We'll start with that. And let's just go a quick test here. So if I type in chat and give a message with a prefix, a string or a space in front of it, a space, what happens? All right, so I can see that Twitch does get rid of that space at the very beginning. And we can see if I do, say, actually, let's do space A, space, 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 B, space, 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 C, space, space, space. Actually do 3 spaces at the beginning as well. So we've got space, 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 A, space, 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 B, space, 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 C, space, space, space. Let's see what Twitch does to that. And so we can see that it basically trims out leading space, trims out intermediate space, and trims out trailing space. And so if we're using the Twitch platform, we can depend on that happening. But if we use this on another platform, can we be as certain that that will happen? That's the question there. And I think I want to make this just a little more stable. I want to assume that we're not going to be on Twitch, or that Twitch may not necessarily handle this properly. So let's say we have value is what I just typed in Twitch, space, 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 A, space, 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 B, space, 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 C, space, space, space. And assume that's the worst case scenario that we've got to deal with here. So what do we do with this? How do we process this? And we can see there's our value, there's our prefix. In fact, what we can do is let's just do a full log of what's going on here. Say console.log value.split based on space. And we'll see exactly how bad this is. This will help me decide what to do about this here. Yeah, so we have empty string, empty string, empty string. Those are the 3 starting spaces. A, then empty string, empty string. So it eats up one of those strings, one of those empty spaces there. But yeah, because we have this, the A separated by a space, and then 2 spaces, and then a B. It probably makes sense. I don't think about it more to see why, but yeah, so we've got these intermediate empty strings here. Empty string B, empty string C, followed by 3 empty strings. And so I think what we want to do is have like a processed value. So let's work on a new function here to say function collapse space value. And what we'll do is say var splits is equal to value.split on space. And then we want to we could try something simple and simple but broken, just to get something to start here. So we want to iterate over every value in here. And I think we have, well, let's just do a simple for loop. So we'll say for var, well, let's just look for 4s. If I have any 4 examples here. And here's a 4, 4, 4, 4. Looking for like a 4 each. Let's just see if there's like a simple iterate over JavaScript array I can use here. Create array, access, index, loop over. Now we could do this. I was hoping to avoid kind of this inline function stuff, but it'll probably work. Say splits dot for each. Say function item. I don't really care about the item here. We don't really want to do a console log. What we do want to say is var result is equal to empty string. We'll say results plus equals item. Then return result. And we know this is not going to be quite what I want, but we'll at least give us something to start with and test here. Let's see, Frosty says, here you go, man, roulette wheel done. Great, let me take a quick look here. Well, look at that. That looks great. Let me show this on stream here real fast. Yeah, we got the, we have 0, or we have a double 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nice. Yeah, so I will go ahead and put this in one of my notes files and see if this is something I'll be able to use at some point. Oops, not here. This needs to go to my notes files. I'll go to my generalized notes. So again, no promises. I do appreciate the work you're doing here, but the work I do is kind of dependent on what I feel like working on. So I can't promise I will do a roulette wheel, but certainly it's something to look at and consider. So I do appreciate your work on that. Alright, so back over to the work we're working on here. So we have this collapse space. We take a value, we split it based on space. Then we iterate over every single array in that split, append that to result, and then return result. Now, one of the issues here is we don't actually add in additional space, so this is going to look kind of crappy. But let's give it a try here. So let's say, collapsed value, and we'll say, instead of get prefix, it'll be, I think, collapse space. Frosty says it's not a full replica and it's fewer numbers than a proper one, but hey, it's a wheel of numbers, which I think is the basis of a roulette, and it has the house wins as well. Yes, that's great. Yeah, the thing with a roulette wheel is, yeah, you do need that 0 or double 0. Let's go bring that up again here, because this is what gets you the house edge, is whenever all of your payouts are based on the odds of hitting a number without the double 0. And so adding the double 0 is what factors in the house edge. That's how that typically works there. So yeah, that's fantastic. Looks really nice. Then now you can imagine a little animation. You draw the ball in the proper spot. You can imagine all that. Not too hard at all. So nice work. Thank you for that. All right, so we've got collapse space. Is it collapse space? Yeah. So let's just go see what this does here real fast. Yeah, so here we have collapsed value, and you can see how it got rid of all space. What we really want to do is to, anytime we have one or more space, we want to have only one space is really what we want to do there. So let's think through what to do. Let's see, if item.length is greater than 0, we could say result plus equals, actually let's just do this. Say if it's greater than 0, result plus equals space, result plus equals item. Frosty says, no worries, I needed to do something anyway. I just can't sit still and do nothing, so it was the perfect excuse to make the wheel. So use or not, it was a fun way to do something with her free time. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, that's partially why I do my open source development, is just to keep myself busy. This is kind of a toy project, so I may never actually use this for anything real. And no one else may end up using it, I don't know. There might be elements that I'll use in a project down the road. So yeah, I get that, So, and yeah, I do appreciate that. And yeah, it's happy to give you ideas for things you can spend your time on. Yeah, so I don't think this is perfect, but I think this will get us closer. I think we're gonna have a leading space to deal with here. So let's see what this does. Yeah, so we still have the leading space. But we have only one intermediate space between the three things, and we have no trailing space. So what other options do we have here? Well, if we don't want leading space, we could say if results.length is if it's greater than 0, then do this. In fact, we can do this now. We could say if this and this. So add space, but only if the item is not empty, and if our result is not empty. Pretty much just duplicates what the code says exactly, so I think I'm gonna just drop that. Gotta be careful with comments, it's too easy to add comments that just tell you exactly what the code does. We really want to know why. Add space, but add space between each item, but prevent leading space and allow only one space between items. Add only one space between items. So this is a much better comment because it tells you what we are trying to do in a kind of different, more English approach rather than what the code is doing. Let's see, that if is on one line, so now we can basically move this back to where we were before. And then append the item to the result. Of course, that is so simple, who cares? We don't need to document that. So let's give this a try. So we were trying to prevent the leading space. Let's go see if the leading space has been prevented. Perfect. Yes, so now we have, here's our specified value with the leading space, the intermediate space, and the closing space. We've got rid of the leading space. We have only one space between each item, and we have no following space any longer. So that looks great. And so I think the way to do this, to use this now, is for get prefix, I would say, let's call collapse space on value, and then split based on that. So this way, anytime anyone calls get prefix will collapse space first, and then do the split based on that. And so this way we don't have to depend on someone else to prepare the string in advance, that this function will always do the processing needed. It does mean that we're potentially doing more work in terms of splitting out the string multiple times and reforming it again. But since this is all on command processing, it's not going to be something that's done all the time. And so it's probably fine. This is, there's certainly optimization we could do, but we don't really want to pre-optimize. We could spend all of our time optimizing and not getting anything else done. So I'm not going to worry about that at this time. If it becomes an issue in the future, we can always go back and re-optimize this. See, Frosty says, I'm surprised that I made the wheel so perfectly that I didn't have to do any extra work on the red and black parts. We started with one black and one red. Apparently 8 degrees was a perfect rotation of the same amount of reds and black along with the house. Nice. Yeah, it's always great when your initial guesses tend to just work out, and it just makes it a lot faster and easier. That is always nice. Alright, so we've verified the collapse value stuff works, so let's drop a collapsed value. And now let's see what happens with the remainder stuff, make sure that get prefix works, and the let's drop this as well, the value split. We've verified that. We just want to make sure that prefix now works properly now. Did I save? I did save. Great, so now we have, again, our value with the leading and intermediate space and our closing space, and then the prefix is just the A. So that's looking great right now. So the other thing we need to do is say function get remainder. And actually I think I want to call this get command prefix and get command remainder. And probably will want to we'll call this command. Collapse space is not really a command-specific thing, so we'll continue to call that value. So you got a chat message here from Frosty. The time consumer was adding the numbers, and they took a total of 10-ish minutes. Oh yeah, a lot of numbers. Yeah, I could see how you need to get the rotation correct on all of those. It looks nice, though. It looks like you have even internal rotation on those numbers. Maybe, I'm not sure. It's tough to tell. But no, it looks nice. Nice work. Get command remainder. Oh yeah, let's fix this. Command prefix. Alright, so we have an example of how this works. We have the kind of the logic here. Let's just grab this and use this as a reference. So we have, I think it's a message substring. Prefix.length.trim. So to say var prefix is equal to get command prefix. Then we need to do a substring. Command substring prefix.length. Alright, so then we do want the trim back. I got rid of the trim for some reason, but we do want that back. Where was that? I think it was at the end of this guy. Yeah, so I do want that trim back. Because what this will do is leave a trailing or a leading space, and so we want to make sure we get rid of that. Well, let's just leave it. Let's leave it out for the moment. Let's just make this dumb, and as we did before, begin to fix it up. And so we already have some issues here. Let's return this. We have an issue here in that get command prefix does a space collapse, but we don't do a space collapse on this. And so this is going to look a little weird. Let's go see what that looks like. And go ahead and start cleaning that up here. Do I call it? I didn't call it yet, so let's call it remainder. And we'll say get command remainder of value. Yeah, so here we have value, space, 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 ABC, and we have remainder. And it basically trimmed out that first space, but we still have two spaces and the rest of it here. And so it's basically trimming or substringing based off of the non-collapsed string. Now let's see, we got another message from Frosty. The thing is, so you just place the 0, 0, then place the rotation point in the middle, duplicate it, rotated it, -8 degrees, change 0 to 1, duplicated, change it to 2. Nice! Hey, that worked out really great then. Yeah, so for here, what we need to do is to collapse this. So we need to do a collapse space of command, then substring that. And I think that'll get us closer. There's still going to be a leading space, but I think this will get us a lot closer here. Let's give that a try. Yeah, so remainder still has the leading space, so I think we can still do the trim on that. Great, so now we have our prefix. It gets us just the A. Remainder gets us the B and the C. And we've removed the leading space, the trailing space, and all intermediate space has been replaced with one space. So this is kind of the normalization of our command. Now from a efficiency perspective, it's not great, because you can see that get command prefix calls collapse space on the command value. We call collapse space again. And so it'd be nice if we could ensure that the value was, or if we could enforce that the value was already collapsed. If spaces were already collapsed by the time it got passed in, we could avoid doing that. But I don't want to rely on that. And so we're basically going to be calling collapse space more often than we might otherwise be doing so. See another message from Frosty. So by doing that, the numbers ended up at the perfect distance to run the whole thing. So not much work went into the placing of the numbers. Nice. Yeah, it is great when stuff like that comes together. So yeah, I think we have our three functions. We have collapse space, and then get command prefix, get command remainder, and I think these are all things I could just put into a util class. And so let's start thinking about how to do that. Another message from Frosty. Since it's a circle and the spacing's the same all around, not much work needed. Yeah, that makes sense. I suppose you could have looked at like the 360 degrees of a circle and you did the math on that. You were saying what, 45 numbers plus the 00, so we're talking 45 numbers. Divide 360 by that. Yeah, probably could do some math to get all that. That's great. Yeah, so let's look up a util class. Frosty says, sorry for going on and on about it, but I'm so proud that it turned out perfectly in the first try. Well, that's great. I think it's great to be proud of the work you do. You know, it's I think that's great. You did know math though. Aha. I'm always thinking in terms of math these days. I have a friend I'm helping work through some algebra work. She's taking college algebra, and I'm helping her with some of her math homework, and so I'm constantly thinking of mathematical ways of solving things and how to use algebra to solve problems, and so that's kind of my kick these days, is how to use algebra for everything. All right, so let's start making a new class here. We have craps table. This was our own independent class, and I think we do this doing this module exports. So let's just build our own new class here to start housing this. But I'm just going to copy and paste a bunch of this till we get to where we want to be. There. Let's call this util.js. Paste that in. So I've got my copyright header that I put everywhere. I don't think we need any external dependencies yet, so let's get rid of file system and config. These are all variables for our craps table. Then here we have our first function. Let's look up how do we close this. I think it's just bracket semicolon at the end to close it. All right, so the first thing we want to do is collapse space. So let's go look up collapse space and just copy paste that over. Collapse space value. And we'll bring all of this over. It looks like it's re-indented for me. My editor is kind of smart sometimes, so it's nice when that smartness does work in my favor. It's annoying when it does not, though. Then we have two other functions. Let's just copy these over. I'll clean up the format on these in just 1 second. So we have function get command prefix. We don't need the function keyword because we're in a class. And we need a trailing comma. Same here, but we don't need a trailing comma here. And these probably should be static functions. I just don't know enough about JavaScript and static, non-static stuff. It doesn't really matter, so I'm going to ignore it for the moment. If at some point I learn how to do that better or it begins to matter, I'll research it, but I think for now I will leave it alone. And now let's go to this guy and include util. So we have craps table, let's say var util is equal to require. Add some spaces here. And we'll do util.js. And I think that is enough to incorporate this into this file here. Let's try to use it. Let's go down and replace our calls. Well, first let's drop these functions. Actually, let's just comment them out for right now. I don't want to delete them just in case I've broken something. Instead, we'll do... Let's just test. Let's make sure that we should now have a compilation error. So let's make sure we do. Yep, get command prefix is not defined, so perfect. Let's do util dot, and see if it now uses our util class properly. Frosty says, I wish I could do dice for you too, but 3D is not my area. Ah, no worries. My thought for dice is, and it's a cube, and I should be able to do a cube in Unity really easily. I mean, a cube is basically this one of the simplest 3D shapes you can do. Probably a triangle is probably the simplest, but a cube shouldn't be too bad for a true 3D shape. And then texture, the 6 sides shouldn't be too hard. So I'm not too worried about the cube. I should be able to do that in Unity, no problem. Or something else. Let's see, collapse space is not defined. Right, so now I need to clean up the calls in util. This probably needs to be this dot collapse space. So this dot, this dot, this dot. I wonder if I could do this all in one line. I can. Does it look good is the question. I think it looks okay. And we know what this function does. It's a little bit complicated, but I think it makes sense. So I think I'm okay with that. Let's go back over to here. Yeah, so that was the one fix, is we just need to add in a this dot to all those calls because they're now part of this class, this util class. So let's give this another try. Great. So that seems to work. Yeah, so let's start to replace other calls, or the rest of our code, with calls to these new functions. Let's delete this. I'll keep this around as an example for the moment. Yeah, so we have this this guy here. Oh, we're missing a semicolon. I still have the occasional line that is missing a semicolon. JavaScript is far too forgiving for this stuff, so it makes it easy for me to skip those on occasion. Yeah, so I'll say get prefix of message. Frosty says, or I mean, you could just have an animation of the face changing numbers and just end up whatever the bot says it should stop at. Yeah, that's the other option. I've certainly seen some very simple 2D representations where it just cycles through a bunch of random stuff and then stops so then it's all 2D. It's nice and simple. Just another possibility. Again, when I do it, I'll probably do it in Unity with some sort of 3D animation. We'll see. Okay, so prefix is util get command prefix of message. Then we use prefix down below to do the substring aspect. But if we do get command remainder, we don't need to save prefix. So let's go ahead and do this. And rather than value, it is message. And now we no longer need to preserve prefix, so we can do this. If the prefix equals craps, then proceed. So let's just do a very simple test to make sure that the craps prefix still works and that the command processing still passes the rest of the command on to the craps bot. So we'll just do some very simple tests here. We'll get ourselves a bot banker, use the stream elements banker command. Oops. I need to get my focus correct here. Say bot banker. Yep, so that still gets passed along. And if I say craps bet pass for 1, actually let's say 4. I'll bet 4 or try to win $4 and get stream elements money here. So that much seems to work. So let's go look up everywhere else where we do a split inside craps table and replace those calls with either util get command prefix or util get command remainder. And so here we have command name, and then we reuse command name to get the data. Oh, let's see here. We may have just introduced a bug. Before I proceed, let's test this. Nice, I won. Sweet. We used to have a 2 lowercase in here that I got rid of. Let me go look and see what that looks like. What that used to look like. Yeah, we did have a message split, 2 lowercase, and we got rid of the 2 lowercase. And so we need to add that 2 lowercase back, because if I do a capital C for craps, that gets ignored now, versus before it was supported. So let's go add that 2 lowercase back. And the only reason I noticed that is because when I went to modify this code, I saw the 2 lowercase as well, and I realized I forgot to bring that back. So let's do a quick test and see what that does here. So I should be able to do dot craps banker. Perfect. Let's just do a bot banker or bot bet to do a quick bet here and get some action going. Back to the code. So let's keep this simple for now. We'll say instead of all this, we will do the get command prefix and include the 2 lowercase here. Then command data will be this. And then we need to pass in command for both of these. Now I could just put this expression into here. But I do kind of like this layout of having command name and command data be right next to each other. And so I think in this case I will keep it separate. I could also incorporate the expression for command data into here, but I use it twice. And so I think it's cleaner to do it the way I've done it. So from a visual perspective, I'll keep, well, from a refactoring perspective, to eliminate duplicate code, I'm going to keep command data here. From a visual perspective, I'll keep command name here. But I didn't do it here just because it doesn't really matter. Now we could do the same logic. Command name, message. Just so we have a very similar pattern here. That might make some sort of sense here. Just so we have kind of the common repeating pattern. So command name, and then command data. And it simplifies these calls. Just looking through the comments a little bit here. This comment seems a little bit redundant and unnecessary. So I think I'll make it go away. Oh hey, this line is small enough now that I could probably do this. Yeah, I think that looks nice. So we get kind of a shorter line here. Yeah, so I think that's a nice change. So continuing on to look at this here. So we've got command name, command data. So we just use those new functions instead. Oh, we actually need to reference the util thing. I think this will not work right now. Let's try it, but I think this will not work right at the moment. It won't work until we actually try to use it. So let's say bot. Let's make me the banker. Craps banker. Yeah, util is not defined. So I need to actually use or import a util. Let's grab that line from here. And so I've got kind of these three blocks of require statements. We have file system, so this is system level requires. We have our own internal stuff, then we have config. So that's why I've done these in three separate blocks separated by spaces. It feels a little excessive because we only have one of each. So I'm somewhat tempted to combine them together. Then if I do that, I'm going to feel compelled to do this. So yeah, let's go along with that for now. If and when I add more using statements or require statements, We can always change that, but it felt a little excessive having them all separated by space. Let's give that a try. See if it fixes that last bug we introduced there. Great, so that works. Now let's do a bot bet so that, bot bet so that stream elements will do a simple bet here, and we'll have that play out while we work on our next change. All right, so we've been working on, let's see, util dot, let's just look for the first occurrence of that. Yeah, so we've been working on process command. I believe the roll command is going to be the next spot where we do any additional parsing, and you can tell because that's where we pass in command data. So let's go look up the roll command and see what we can do there. Actually, what I'll do is I'll just do a search on split, because I think that'll be the next spot where split occurs. Let's see, where are we here? Yep, here we are on the roll command. Now this is a little bit tricky because here we're actually parsing two die values. And so we can't do, and we could, but it's not ideal if we use the get prefix here, because we'll have to use it twice. And right now we have this nice little error handling logic where we do the split, we check the length of the returned array, and if it's not at least two values, we complain. If we don't do that, we would have to do a split, or we'd have to do a get prefix, then a get remainder, then a get prefix on the remainder, and then we have to check both of those individually to see if they both return something, and there's error handling conditions. What happens if we don't have enough values? And we haven't done testing along those lines. And so I think this is still the preferred approach here, because we don't really need the split and remainder concept here. All we need to do is to process out those first two arguments. And so I think this is fine as is. I'm not going to change this. Let's continue to look for any other splitting behavior. All right, what is this? So here we have the bet command. We have some logic, make sure that we have a banker, make sure that the banker is not yourself, make sure that you've specified a bet type. And then here we have the same logic that we've been repeating. We have bet type is get the prefix, bet data is get the remainder. And so we can do the same thing we've been doing. Let's just copy and paste from down here. This will be get command prefix to lowercase. In this case, it's based off of command data. And then we have the remainder. Stream elements 1. No! I'm noticing that I do this too lowercase in all of these prefix cases. So I'm wondering if I just want to refactor this and put that in our get command prefix function. And the only reason why I didn't is because I felt there might be cases where I want things to be case sensitive, particularly when I start looking at, let's go back to our CRAPS documentation. When I start looking at scripting, I'm going to want things like user variables to be case sensitive. So we have system defined variables, and then we can see how some of them are going to have there's a Pascal casing, I think, camel casing, I forget what it's called, they have caps. And so I think capitalization will be important for the scripting aspect, and I don't want to just remove capitalization all across the board. But for these prefix cases, I think it still works. I think we can do the 2 lowercase on these prefix cases because I think in every case where I'm doing the prefix calculations or the prefix comparisons, I think it's not going to be an issue. And then the parsing for my scripting engine, I think I'm going to be writing a custom parser for that it's not going to be using these existing functions. And so yes, I think in my case I'm going to be doing the 2 lowercase in every single case for this. So let's just go ahead and get rid of it. Let's just refactor it into a 1 common location. That'll simplify our code, and I don't think it's going to bite us. Obviously, if it does bite us in the future, we can always change our mind and go back in and do it. But I think this will be fine. So let's just do a quick look for anywhere we do 2 lowercase. Yep, so here's one. We can drop it here. Now command prefix does it. Okay, so here we have a case. We're checking username. Config owner lowercase. Yeah, so this is not using our prefix logic, so this is still going to stay in position here. And that's it. But there's still the Twitch crap spot. There's 1 case over here as well. So let's take a look at that, and we'll drop that. Yeah, I think that'll be a cleaner case. It just gets rid of even more duplicate code and makes the code even simpler. So that'll be a good change. I just got tired of replicating all of that. So let's go look for the last change we made. It was the util dot something. I think it was in the bet function. I'll just look for this util dot process command we've done. Here we have the bet type and bet data. Yeah, so bet command. We've done it here. Yeah, I think all this just gets passed in. It's no problem here. We'll just scroll through it and make sure there's nothing else that goes on, but I think we just pass in bet data as is, and so we just need to change that underlying pattern, which we've done. So yeah, so the fact that we have this reoccurring pattern here where we get the prefix followed by the data, I think really justifies the change we did here. You know, we only use command name and command data once, so we certainly could have put these all into 1 line and got rid of these intermediate variable assignments, but this matches the pattern we do elsewhere, and because of that, I think this is a good change. It's not always about the smallest amount of code. Sometimes it's making code readable, and using similar patterns does help with that. Because it means anytime someone looks at this pattern, sees this pattern, no matter where it is, they're going to go, aha, okay, I know what we're doing here. We're doing command processing. Here's our prefix. Here's our data. Boom. And then they understand what's going on. If we violate that pattern, then it just adds more work someone has to do to understand what's going on there. All right, so we've handled this function. Let's continue to look. Actually, this is probably a good testing point. So we've changed our bet handling code. Let's just rerun. Let's make sure the capitalization works because we've refactored that. Let's just do a quick smoke test of some of these things here. I'll set myself up as the banker. So continue to test the capitalization. Excellent. So the 2 lowercase still works there. And now let's do a bot bet to make sure that we can still place a bet. Excellent. And while that's playing out, let's go look up the next change to make here. To do this, let's just continue to look for additional splits. Do a dot split. Search for dot split. All right, so here we're in get bet number. We're doing a parse int, a safe parse int. So that's our new safe integer parsing function. And we're doing a split on bet data here. And so we could do a util.get prefix, and this will still work. Because even if it is all numeric, the prefix should still work for this. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that change as well. We're on line 1218. Gotta look for the example I want to copy paste here. 1218. So we want to continue to do the parsing. We just want to do get command prefix for bet data. Now here we have an unusual case where the refactored code is actually longer than the original code. Part of that is because we don't have the two lowercase. But I do like the refactoring anyways, because it's not just about the length of code. It's kind of about a refactoring of the concepts of the logic. And so we have some logic encapsulated in this get command prefix that goes beyond the length of code. So if we ever change our mind about how we parse or process these commands, it means we don't have to track down every location where we handle it. We just have to go to get command prefix and change it there. For example, if we go with like comma separated rather than space separated, we change one spot rather than having to track down everywhere where we handle our commands. Whereas comma separated, geez, that'd be a pain in the butt, but that's just an example. It's not something we might necessarily want to do, but if we do want to add in a different separator at some point, that would be a way to do it. It'd simplify how to do that. So get bet number. This is how we handle bets when we're betting on a particular number, such as say the place bets or the buy bets. Let's do a quick test and just make sure that does work. So a bot banker so that I can do my own bet here. Say craps bet. Let's see, I don't want to go all caps. But let's say, well, come bet, or not come, but place. And we'll do it on the 6. Let's do 20. Let's do a $50 bet on the 6 there, just to do something large and see what happens here. That's just something that I'm likely to lose. Let's do it on the 4. That should be a low probability bet that I should lose here. Command data is not defined. All right, so we have a bug here. Safe parse int. I forgot to change this to say bet data. Oh, let's see, Frosty says, guess you missed the dice I sent you. It's a little bit up in chat. I must have. I'm sorry about that. Oh yes, there it is. It just kind of got lost in the chat here. Let me take a look here. That is a zip file. A little reluctant to download random zip files on stream. So what I'm going to do is I'll make a note of that URL and go ahead and download that when I have a chance. But the site's giving me a little bit of a bad vibe here, too much advertising going on. So sorry about missing out the first time. Probably missed it. just got sidetracked. Copy link location. This will be part of my regular notes. And we'll have dice. So thank you for that. Frosty says, you know me, I wouldn't do that to you, or for you, to you. Yeah, well, it's just kind of general sanity. I try to limit the amount of stuff I click on or explore on stream, just in case. And so it's not you personally. It's just kind of general safe best practices there. I just want to anything that potentially is hazardous. I want to limit my exposure to it on stream itself. But I will be sure to take a look at that at a later point. If you have a simple image, you can point me to use an example. You know, an imager thing you can point to as an example. I'd be happy to show that. But I don't want to download and start up any zip files. Just as you know, there are some potential issues, and not that I'm accusing you of potentially doing that. It's just a general kind of sanity practice. I don't want to get in the habit of doing that. And that's kind of, you know, something general all streamers should just keep in mind, that, you know, there's just potential issues that crop up, and always be mindful of links you click on, the things you download, and I even do that to friends. You know, a friend sends me something, and I'm like, yeah, you know what, I'm going to be careful with this, and, you know, look at this in a more safe context. So I do hope you understand. You know what, man, I bet I can vouch for Files FM, but I don't have any other place I can send zip files. Well, the issue isn't necessarily files.fm. The issue is just a zip file in general. There's the zip file bomb. You know, let me show you. You know, it's like a zip file. Is it a bomb or something? Zip bomb, also known as zip of death or decompression bomb, is a malicious archive file designed to crash or render the system reading it. It's like usually a small vial, but when unpacked, its contents are more than the system can handle. It's like you extract it, and it ends up being a 4.3 gigabyte file for a total of 4.5 petabytes. Not that I'm accusing you of that. It's just that there is a way that even a zip file can be problematic, and it's just something I don't want to potentially expose myself to on stream. Just because if I get in that habit, someone may attempt something like this just for kicks. And so I just generally try to avoid opening stuff like that on stream. Frosty says it's a zip of 6 PNG files that shows various numbers on a dice. I'm sure. I mean, if you just want to pick one of them and show it on Imager, I'll show that, but I'm not going to open up the zip file. I won't do that on stream, just for general safety. See, did I put it here? Yeah, I made a note of it there, so I'll definitely be sure to look at that afterwards, but just want to avoid doing that on stream. All right, so where was I? I was looking at, just was making a change here. That's right, I fixed a bug with get bet number. I replaced command data with bet data. So let's try this again. I'll place a bet for a, what did I say? A place on the 4 for 50 units and see what that looks like. All right, so let's bring up bot banker again and say craps bet place on the 4 for 50 units. Great. So that all seemed to work. Ah, there's one PNG. Perfect. I'll take a look at this here. Yeah, that looks great. So let's bring that up on my main monitor here. And there we go. And the other nice thing about this approach is this allows me to bring it up on my secondary monitor, So if there is something unusual or something weird about it, I can see that and catch it before I display it to the stream. Again, not accusing you of attempting to do something, but if someone sends me an image that is something I really shouldn't stream, I want to check that before I bring it up on stream. So yeah, that looks great. You got the 5, you've got the nice rounded edges, you got some nice shading and shadows. That's perfect. Thank you for that. And yeah, I could probably even use this as a texture for Unity. So if I go into Unity and do a 3D dice using a cube, I could probably use these as textures as well. I'm not as certain, but I think I should be able to do that. So cool. Yeah, I'll be sure to take a look and save that for future reference. All right, so we've placed our place bet on 4 for $50. We're waiting for that to resolve. While that's resolving, we can look at making another change here. So we fixed up get bet number, and this actually solves a whole lot of issues because a lot of bets actually call get bet number to process out the number here, parse out the number. So there's probably not too many cases left. Handle come bet odds, or handle come odds bet. Oh, I won. Nice. I wasn't supposed to win that. I was expecting to lose that. But hey, I won. That's great. Yeah, so here we have a case where we need the remainder, but not the prefix. Because we call get bet point, and get bet point eventually calls get bet number, and that handles the prefix. So here we just need the remainder. So we're line 1268. And let's look for the get remainder. We're on line 1268. Yeah, so get command remainder. In this case, we want to go off of bet data. So it says come odds bet. Frosty says that'll probably work too. I could even remove the very shading on the edges of the pick if you should need that. I like the shading of the numbers, so that's something you have to do since the built-in shading there. Should give a nice illusion of indents. Yeah, I just don't know what'll be required when I bring something over to Unity. I know there's like a bump map to handle like some degree of shading. And so what I might need to do is convert the shading you've done and convert that to a bump map. I just don't know enough about that to really say how that would work. I just haven't worked with that yet. I just know that that is an option. Yeah, so handle come odds bet. Let's give this one a try. We'll just, again, go with our process of testing each bit piecemeal here. So now we want to test the come odds bet and see how that works. Or make sure that it works. Yes, let's do bot banker. Frosty says we can figure that out when it comes to that. Sure, yeah. Yeah, it's probably not too hard, and once we figure out kind of the format of bump maps and whatnot, yeah, it's probably not too hard at all to do, and we can just work it out then. Let's see, so let's do a craps bet pass for 10, because we need a pass bet to get a, we need a point first, and then we need to, we need a come bet. So let's just get a roll here. Craps roll 2-2, just so we get a point of 4. And craps bet come of 10. Then craps roll 5-5 to get a point of 10 for that come bet. And now to test the work I just did, we'll say craps bet come odds on the 10. Or I bet how much? 10? Let's bet 100 just to go nutso over here. Oops. Payout of 200 exceeds max payout of 104. All right, so craps bet come odds on the 10 for 50. If I really wanted to go big, I could have done 52, but I like these even numbers here, or round numbers, I should say. So we're able to make that bet, so that's looking good. This is just to make sure that that 50 does get parsed properly, and that looks like that is. So let's go back to our code here and take a look at the next spot where we use a split. And again, I can see already that it's line 1277. Oops. Why is this not working? Split. 1277. This is handle number bet. So this is anything else. So the come bet is a little bit special in that, or the come odds bet is a little bit special because you can only place a come odds bet if you have a come bet on that number. The other number bets, such as the place and the buy and the don't place and whatnot, those all don't need a bet on that number originally. Nice, I lost a bunch of money. Excellent. I wonder if I'm below 10,000 again. Not quite. Yeah, I need to play some more bets to get below 10,000 again. But I don't want to fill up chat with a bunch of weird bets right at the moment, so we'll wait on that. Yeah, so over here, it's the same thing. Amount data is equal to, we'll just copy paste this because it's going to be the same logic exactly. And bet data is the correct variable because we called it bet data here as well. So yeah, let's go ahead and test this. This can be tested with like a come bet. So or not a come bet, but a place bet. We'll try a place bet and see if this works. Let's see, let's do bot banker. Craps bet on the place for 450. Excellent, so we're able to make that bet, no problem. While that's processing, let's go look up the next spot where we do a split. All right, so we have handle hard bet. This is a hard way. And so we call get hard bet point, and that's probably going to call get number. Let's just take a look here. Yeah, get bet hard point. That calls get bet point. Get bet point calls get bet number. And get bet number we've already adjusted. So this has already been adjusted. The only thing that really needs to adjust now is amount data, and it's the same as before. We just need to call get remainder on bet data. Boom. And how would we test this? We need a hard way bet on a particular number. We're waiting on the current bet to process first, so well, I can always force that to go out here. Let's force a loser for that just to move on. A craps roll 3-4. Coming out, I lose my 50 bucks. Does that bring me below 10,000 again? It does. Excellent. All right, so now, see, I think we've made the change here. Yeah, so let's go ahead and test this and see what this does. So craps bet, oh, we need a banker first. Bot banker, so we get stream elements as our banker. Craps bet hard. Let's do a hard 4. I don't know what the max is here. Let's see what the max bet is. Max allowed bet is 15. All right, so craps bet hard on the 4 for 15. Excellent, so that works. And while that is processing, let's go look up the next spot where we do a split. And we can already see handle hop bet is where that is. This is similar to the roll in that we we need to pull out the first two values and parse those as integers, because we're basically betting on the result of a particular die roll. So you need to specify the two die values you want to place your bet on. See, Frosty says, by the way, did I tell you that I recently finished writing a fantasy book that is 458 A4 pages long? That sounds familiar. You might have mentioned that last week. But nice work. That's great. That's a huge accomplishment. That's a lot of pages. I've not done any writing of that nature, novel writing, but I can imagine it is a pretty hard, lengthy task, so nice work. Yeah, so we parse out the two die values, and so get prefix doesn't really make sense here. We could do it, but it would require a little more effort to use get prefix, and there's more error handling, more edge conditions, and I don't really want to mess with that. And we have error handling on the dice. Oh yes, now here we have the remainder aspect, and here we have some complexity. Here we get the prefix. We set it equal to the first two splits, and then we do a substring. Now there's some potential issues with some of this. And this doesn't handle the possibility of extra space showing up. Although we know that Twitch eliminates extra space, and we know that we've been using our getRemainder function that eliminates extra space, so we can be justified in believing there's no extra space here. Yeah, we have to basically custom build our prefix and then do a substring based on the length of that prefix. So it's probably fine. The alternative would be to do something like this. So let's just look up the alternative using the getRemainder and see what we think of that here. So let's just comment this out as the original approach and come up with what we think the new approach might look like. So we have getRemainder, and we just need to have two calls to get getRemainder. So this first call, this inner call, will strip out the first prefix, and then the second call will strip out that second prefix. And again, it's horrible for optimization because both of these tend to rebuild the string a couple of times and have some potential issues there. So I'm not sure. Let's just look at these two different options here. In the meantime, I see some chat from Frosty here. So yeah, then I probably said it, but you probably got the version that's on my own site, which could make it a hassle to read. You made a Google Docs conversion where you can at least see what page you're on if you're interested in reading. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll take a look. Well, at least I'll make a note of that URL. Can't promise at this point I'll take a look because I got a lot going on, but I'll go ahead and take a look when I get a chance here. Frosty fantasy book. So yeah, cool. I'll take a look when I get a chance, but can't promise I'll really thoroughly read it. Just again, got quite a few other things going on in my life, but Yeah, thanks. I'll take a look when you get a chance. Yeah, so which approach do I like here? We have the approach where we need a custom build a prefix and then substring out based on that custom built prefix. Basically doing a custom command processing or custom custom processing here to manage this. Versus do the get command remainder twice in a row. I think I'm kind of leaning towards the original approach because this is kind of an abuse of command remainder. And we already have a custom approach for handling the prefix because we prefer that for the error handling. It just makes us more sense here. So I think because we have to do the custom prefix handling, I think we don't want to use get remainder. That's kind of my thought. So let's continue to do what we've been doing. In fact, let's undo all this. I forgot what the formatting was before. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I think that's cleaner. And the only thing I can think to add to this is if we're concerned about extra space, which extra space would screw this up and would potentially screw up this integer parsing. Because as we saw when we split on space earlier, that it returns these empty strings that would not be what we want. And so I think just to be safe, we probably do want to add in a call to util collapse space. So let's do a split based on, let's say, instead of bet data, we'll say util.collapse space for bet data. So that'll get rid of any leading space, trailing space, and collapse every intermediate space down into just one space. So that's step one. Then we'll do a split based on that. That's probably the cleanest way to go. Actually, what we should do is probably say bet data is equal to this. Because we'll want to reuse that down below. Then we'll just do bet data.split here. Reason for this is because we can then reuse it here. Yeah, bet data.substring. So we've got our trimmed or our collapsed bet data here. And so we know these splits have no extra space. We know bet data has no extra space, so that's a nice clean change there. See, Frosty says 154,119 words and 826,207 characters long. Wow, that's a lot of words and a lot of characters. In 3 weeks, 10 to 15 hours a day. Is this something you're hoping to get published, or you're just writing this for fun? You know, what are your thoughts on this? And so in the meantime, there's one other spot where we do a similar parsing approach, and I believe that is part of the role handling functions. Let's go look for another occurrence of split and look for that here. Yes, this is it here. Yep, this is the roll command. So let's just do the same thing here, just to simplify our life a little bit here. So we have command data. Command data equals that. Let's see, we need to do it based on command data. So again, this way, we just ensure that we have no extra space here. don't think we do any additional parsing afterwards. Yeah, so no other changes, but this way, if for some reason extra spaces do make its way into here, we'll be sure that we deal with that. So that's just a good change there. Frosty says, I hope to find an editor that can edit it for the use as a basis for an anime. Oh, wow. So if you've done it as a novel format, or have you done it as like a screenplay format? Because I have looked at writing screenplays. I took a course on that years ago, and I'm aware that there's kind of a specialized format for writing screenplays that is very, very different from writing a novel. So is that the approach you've taken, or have you written more of a novel approach? That says, continue to look for additional occurrences of the word split. We're in handle hop bet. Yeah, so here's where we were. We're in handle hop bet. We'll probably want to test this real fast. Make sure that this collapse works and doesn't do anything weird. We didn't actually change anything, so the only thing we really added is the collapse. But just doing a quick smoke test just to make sure that I didn't introduce any weird issues here. Let's go ahead and do a quick bounce. Oh wow, things are still running here. Alright, looks like that completed. Great, so let's give it a try. Yeah, so first we've got the roll command, so let's just do a quick test of the roll command. In fact, if I want to lose a whole lot of money here, say bot banker, craps bet, pass for 105, craps roll 1-1. And I lost. The reason why I'm intense or looking at losing money here is because the only way we get money into the system is if a player goes below the starting value of 10,000. Then they earn 1 unit of currency per minute. So I'm trying to consistently keep myself below 10,000 just to slowly inject money into the system. That's why I'm kind of intent on doing that. See, Frosty says it doesn't have chapters, but there's a script combined with what's going on in the scenes. It's hard to explain, so easiest would be probably if you quickly skim through for a better picture. Sure, I'll take a quick look here, I guess. Where do I have my notes of where that went? Oops. Yeah, so I see, it looks like a narrative format here. Yeah, so it looks like a basic kind of book format that you might see in a novel or something. Yeah, I see what you're talking about there. I see some headers for days and hours. The script combined with what's going on in the scenes. And so what I'm talking about with like a screenplay format, just so you can see what that looks like. Let's see if I can find up an example of screenplay format. And here's more like what a screenplay would look like. You have your scenes, descriptions, dissolves. I don't know if that really is necessary for a spec script or something, but then you have dialogue has this this kind of really small column format or really large margins. The thought here being that you want each page is supposed to be about a minute of screen time, and so dialogue is trimmed down to reflect that reading dialogue takes a bunch of time. And so this is kind of the format you would do for a screenplay, for example, if you're trying to do a spec a screenplay that you might want to bring to someone to try to make into something. But if you have a novel, you might instead have someone adapt your novel to a screenplay and do this kind of conversion. That might be what you're looking for. See, Frosty says, the first intro is basically just the main character writing his diaries and introduction. Later on, it's a whole other format. Well, I paged through quite a bit. Page 18. Yeah, see what, well, there's lots of pages here. Continuing to go. Continue to render. Page 100. Yeah, so it definitely seems like it's a novel format. I don't want to spend too much more time on this, but yes, definitely I would say you're looking at a novel format, and if you're going to drop this to a screenplay, you're going to have to, you'll be looking at doing a more of a screenplay adaptation format like this here. Google Docs is like, grab our suggestions right in Docs. Yeah, okay. Enough of that. Frosty says, okay, so I have a lot to learn, or just find someone to do that for me. Yeah, well, it just depends on what you're wanting to do. I mean, certainly there's lots of books that get adapted to screenplays. And so, it all comes down to what you're wanting to do. If you're, so research it. I'm sure there's people who know more about this than I do. As I said, I've only just taken a couple classes in some of this stuff, so I know there's a special format for screenplays. Beyond that, I don't really know. I'm not familiar with how to submit screenplays for consideration, how to sell stuff like that. That's not my area of expertise. Software development is more my area of expertise. So say going back to the craps table, let's continue to look at that here. Yeah, so I'm looking at the hop bet, and yeah, I think the only thing we've changed here is we've added the collapse space, but we haven't changed anything else. We've also changed the roll function, but I think I've already run this. And yes, I've tested the roll, and now I need to test the hop bet. So let's just do a quick hop bet test. So let's get our bot banker back. Craps bet hop 1-1 for, I think probably 3 is the max bet I can make. Yeah, stoops. Craps bet hop 1-1-3. Oops, wanted to do a kappa at the end, but caps will test it just the same. I'm just making sure that we still trim out excess garbage at the end. Sorry, I just had to mute myself for a second. I wanted to put my standing desk into standing mode because I'm getting a little tired of sitting for so long here, so I'm now standing. And we're waiting for this bet to come back here. In the meantime, let's continue to look for further occasions where we do more splitting. I think split is still in my search bar here. Alright, so we have handle bet. I lost my $3. Oh, darn. So here we have the prefix. We get our prefix here. The amount is our prefix. And then I don't think we do anything with the remainder because the amount is basically the final parameter to the bet command. All of the parameters, all the other parameters occur before the amount. So just looking for further occasions of split. I don't think we have it. So yes, let's go look at this real fast. And we probably have an example of this. for like get number or something. We're on line 1334. So let's just see if we can find an example we can copy and paste and use that. Handle number bet. Get bet point. Get bet number. Yeah, let's try this. And we're on line 1334. Let's just paste that in as an example. So we have safe parse int. So we can pass in this as opposed to the split. Yeah, so it's exactly the same. The only thing we're doing different is we're multiplying it by 100 because our bet amounts are always in whole number increments. So there's that. And I think that's going to be the last split I'm expecting to see here. Let's continue on though, see if there's any other splits that appear just to make sure we've hit it all. Like, let's just go to the very beginning. I think we're already at the very beginning, but yeah, so we've got our split for the roll command, and we've already used collapse space here. Frosty says, anyway, I sit here not enough. Guess it's time for bed. Take care. Shoot me a message anywhere you need something or have something edited. I'll get back to you as soon as you see the message. All right. Well, thank you for checking out my stream. And you must be pretty late if you're nodding off. So have a good night. I'll catch you next time. And again, thank you for your feedback and for your contributions. I'll take a look and be sure to reach out if I have anything that needs some art or something, and happy to have you involved. So thank you very much and take care. All right, so we have our command data. We collapse spaces on this, and the reason why we do this as opposed to get prefix, because we have our own custom parsing. We want to parse out the first two parameters rather than do it piecemeal. And so we don't use our get prefix function. And that's all fine here. And I don't think there's any other parameters, so you need to deal with remainder either. Yeah. The other spot is handle hop bet. Frosty says, not to most people's standard, it's just 8:30 p.m., but I woke up at like 3 a.m. Oof. Yeah, if you wake up at 3, 8:30 is pretty late, so I get that. Take care. I'll catch you next time. Yeah, so we've got our splits here for handle hop bet, and again, this is similar to the role in that we need special handling of the parameters because we're parsing out two parameters for the two die rolls. Then again, we do collapse spaces on the bet data so that we know that this has no leading space, no trailing space, and we know there's no intermediate, or for the intermediate space, there's only one space between each parameter. That's what collapse spaces does for us. And then that's important because we also go down to here for bet data splits. We custom compose our prefix based on those first two parameters. We then substring it based on the length of that prefix. Again, we could use get remainder here, but we'd have to use it twice to cut out the first two prefixes. And I felt I felt like using the original or the current logic just because we already had custom logic for the parsing. I wanted to continue to do the custom logic just because the prefix and remainder functions just don't fit well in this context. And so I just didn't want to shoehorn them in there. And I think that's all the splits we're doing. So let's just do a quick test to make sure that the bet handling still works and see where we're at. So nothing too basic here, nothing too big. Do some quick tests. So let's say craps. Well, let's get our bot banker back, so we have that going. Bot banker. And let's say craps bet fire for one, so we have the fire bet going. Craps bet pass for 10. Craps bet hop 1 1 10. Oops, max is 3, so craps bet hop 1 1 3. I need to make a quick loss here, so let's or a quick test of the roll command. So craps roll 1 1. Actually, no, not 1 1 because that'll make me win. Roll a 6 6. I want to lose. Great, let's do another pass bet. Craps bet pass for 5 kappa. Just to make sure that we still trim out the excess garbage. Excellent, so that looks like it's working just fine. Alright, so while all that processes, let's go take a look at our code and prepare a commit. Alright, so in our craps table class, we've cleaned up our require statements, or we've reformatted our require statement. Ultimately, we've added this new util requirement that includes our new util functions. For command processing, rather than doing the split by hand and doing the 2 lowercase, we call get command prefix, then we call get command remainder. So this kind of encapsulates all of our command handling, kind of prefix handling, remainder handling in one spot. There's just enough complexity here that I wanted to kind of simplify that out or refactor that out into its own function. Now for cases where we have custom processing, we still use collapse space. We don't call a command prefix or remainder, but we still call collapse space to kind of formalize all of those commands. Then here, this is for bet handling. We call get command prefix and remainder rather than doing the splits by hand. This is for number handling. Last commit was about safe parseInt. Now we're doing the get command prefix rather than the split. For processing the amount, we do the same thing. And this is done over and over and over again. So here we have get remainder, get remainder, get remainder for 3 different amounts. Handle hot bet is similar to the roll in that we have special parsing that we do. We do the split manually there rather than calling the get remainder or get prefix. And we just do collapse space as well to standardize all of that. And then we have safe parseInt. We do get command prefix for this. This is for the bet amount. And finally, for our kind of top level handling, we've gone to the same pattern here for processing commands. We got our command name using the get command prefix function, and we call get command data, or we set command data using the get command remainder based on message. We clean up this little bit. In fact, this all turns into one line. If command name is craps, then we pass the command along, the command data. It looks like we got some extra garbage here to get rid of, so I'm going to go remove that. Let's go close out util. Actually, keep util up. I want to just do some quick checks on util, but we can drop off the garbage. Do a quick diff, make sure that that's all gone. Perfect. All great. Let's do a quick visual comparison or quick visual review of util. So we have our normal copyright header, typical copyright header up there. Module.exports equals this. This allows us to export this as a module that we can then use elsewhere, which we do. And we're just doing a built-in class here. We have collapse space, get command prefix, get command remainder. I haven't added any function documentation on any of this. So we could add in simple remove leading space, remove trailing space, replace duplicate multiple spaces with a single space. Put an and in there. That looks good. Get the first element of a command delimited by spaces and lowercase it. Get the first element of a, say, space delimited command. Then we want to get everything after the first element of a space delimited command. I think it's a string. It's used in terms of command processing, but certainly anything that is doing string processing where we need to get the first element and then the remainder will work as well. Yeah, so just some basic comments here, just so if somebody sees what's going on here or opens up the file to see what's going on, they can have a hint as to what we're doing and why. I don't do any sort of, well, if this is Java, I would be doing Java documentation that would be able to automatically pull that out and create a nice website with all the documentation. I'm not doing that here, mostly because I don't know what the formatting is for JavaScript. I'm assuming there's tools to do automatic documentation generation like that. I'm just not familiar with it, and I'm not doing that here. So I think we're good. I think we're ready to commit. I could probably just do another quick test to make sure that that everything is still working as we would expect. Just another quick smoke test, make sure those last couple changes I didn't introduce anything. So let's just go ahead and do that now. Got our stream elements bot banker back. And just do a quick pass line bet to test things out here. And if that proceeds as we would expect, then I would imagine that everything is working. In the meantime, let's just do another quick review of our diff. So we've just looked up util.js, and we're happy with how that looks. So let's look at the other things again. And I don't think I've changed anything here other than to remove the bit of test code at the end of my main file. Let's do a quick scroll through, make sure it all looks good. Yeah, I think we're good. So we've got our bet working. So everything seems to be working fine here. That one command, that placing a bet, actually tests a lot of logic. So it's actually a really good test there. So refactor code for removing parameters for commands into its own function. Refactor into new functions. Refactor code for removing parameters from commands into new functions. Let's see. Processing command prefixes. Refactor code for processing command prefixes into new functions. Into new functions. I was going to say their own functions, but it doesn't really matter. I think I'm stressing over the commit comment too much here, so let's just look at something simple. Make sure we're committing just those three things. Yep. And use that message. Boom. And finally, we have add help message to error messages where appropriate. So the reason for this, or the motivation behind this, if I say craps without a command, looks like this. Say you must specify a command for help, craps help. Then if I actually go ahead and type craps help, I get a help message back that says, here's our player guide. You click on that. It brings you to, let's close these guys. Which is this guy over here. Here's our craps guide for how to interact with the bot. Here's all the bets we could play, yada, yada, yada. And so the thought is anytime you have an error where somebody clearly doesn't understand what's going on, you want to link them or hint that they can bring up this guide. The example I give here is if I say craps bet, and I don't specify a bet, we get an error saying you must specify which bet you wish to make, but no hint as how to get help and what bets are available. So I want to just do a audit pass through my code, look for all error messages, and look for ones where I want to include that help message. See, I think the best way to do this is I think there's a user message function I've written that actually sends a message to a user. And yeah, so let's just go look up every call to user message and see if that message makes sense. So here's our definition. So here we have user won, user lost. Yeah, none of this matters. You don't need help here. This is basically telling you that you've won something or lost something. You must specify a command for help, craps help, yep. And here's the help message I'm going to bring, so I want to put that into my clipboard, so I have that available to copy paste. So that one's good. Add recognize command for help, craps help, boom, that's good. You are not authorized. Yeah, this one I probably don't need help on this one, because it's not that they're calling a command that doesn't exist, they're just calling a command that they don't have access to. Here we have kind of a debugging thing. Only the administrator should see this. And again, the administrator should know what they're doing, so no help needed for this. Banker. We need a banker before you can roll the dice.
Throw your cranes up.
It's edge case. Well, this is also a debug command. This is for someone rolling the dice, and only the administrator should see this. And plus, I have kind of further down on my list to say you'll allow the bot to serve as the banker if no one volunteers. So if we have someone running a command that requires a banker and we don't have one, I would say let's just have the bot do it. And so I think in the future, this probably won't even be an error. So I'm going to ignore this one for a couple of different reasons. Here we have, you must specify 2 die values. This must be for the roll. Yeah, we're still in the roll command. And again, it's very specific to this command. And it's also for an administrator, so I think I'm going to ignore this as well. And what I'll parse die values, again, this is for the administrator, and die values must be between 1 and 6. So I think these are all very specific to this command. And so I think the general help doesn't really matter here. Here we have response to the help command, so obviously don't need to modify this. Balance command, this gives you your balance. Doesn't need to be modified there. Banker command. This tells you who is the banker, or tells you that you are the banker, so nothing needs to change here. Bet display. So this is again giving information, so no error here. This is if you call the bets command to have no bets, so it's not an error, it's just informational message. Bet command, we need a banker before you can bet. Yeah, so this is similar to what we saw with the roll command. The roll command had a little bit extra in that it was limited to the administrator, and so the administrator probably doesn't need the help command. This is a user trying to place a bet, and they may not understand what this message means. So does our help actually talk about it? Players serve as the banker for the craps table. Bets that are won are paid up by the banker, and bets that are lost are paid to the banker. Players can serve as the banker using the craps banker command. So it does, the help does mention it. And so if somebody was to bring up the help and go, well, what does banker mean? You know, they see this, they see the command, they see it show up in our command reference down below. So yeah, I think it's possibly relevant to do it here. So let's add it here. I do have the thought that I'm going to make it so that this won't really be an error in the future, and that if somebody tries to place a bet and there is no banker, the bot will simply serve as the banker. So we'll probably eventually remove this, but I think for now I think this makes sense. Continue to look here. So the banker cannot bet. Yeah, this is something that help wouldn't really help. The help, looking up the help wouldn't really help here because you can't make a bet when you're the banker. So there really is no real need for help here. You must specify which bet you wish to make. This, I think, can use help because you need to see what bets are available. Unrecognized bet. So here we're trying to make a bet that isn't recognized, so seeing what bets are available does help. Then we have all these very specific error messages here. You place a bet that needs a number, and you must specify a number. Do we give them the help at this point? And there's like an example here. Let's say, bot banker, get our banker back here. If I say craps bet pass, you must specify an amount. Oops, not pass. Craps bet place. So many bets I would remember all the bets. So you must specify a number. And so if somebody just doesn't know how the place bet works, they could look it up here and go place. Oh, we need to go place number. Of course, then we have the overall structure for a bet. Here's craps bet type amount. Does not apply to a specific number, such as the place bet. Use this format. So it could apply. There is certainly help here that would help them figure out what they need to do. So yeah, I think that makes sense. My concern is it might get a little wordy, but let's add it and see. And if we test it and it's all too much and too crappy, we can always go remove it. Yeah, I think it makes sense here. Help, craps help. I want to parse. This is where we get kind of weird. So this is if they say, oops, let's go back to this. Craps bet on the place, and they say something weird like kappa instead of a number. I don't want to parse number, but knowing the help work there. But knowing the help there. I don't think so. They probably just typed in some garbage, and I don't think having help there helps. What else? Invalid number, forget bet point. Yeah, so this is if I give a bet, so let's say craps bet place, and do 1, 2, 3, which is an invalid number. And it's so tough at this point. What would be a valid number at this point? We have place on a specified number. Bets that apply to a specific number, such as the place bet, use this format. Like these numbers are different. You know, this number would be a 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. But it's not always the case, because sometimes the hard ways. Now here we actually do define, we say 4 and 10 and 6 and 8. So here we do indicate which numbers are applicable here. Here we say dice, we have die 1, die 2. We say it here as well. So if we know we're on a 6-sided die, then that's telling. So the only one that's really kind of different is these numbers here. And the tricky thing is, when I could say a number here, but sometimes we have get hardpoint that has its own limitations on numbers. And it's like, how much help do you give people? If somebody understands a craps table, then none of this matters. If somebody doesn't understand a craps table, then everything here that I've said so far is going to be really foreign to them, and they will have no idea what number means in this context. Now, of course, if they instead look up craps basics and go to the Wizard of Odds website that talks about how craps works and goes into great detail of all the bets, you know, they will begin to understand what that number means. And so maybe that's just what I have to do, is just to say that, okay, you know, here's how you interact with a bot. This is not how the game is played. If you don't understand the game, you got to go to this link here. And we give them that link and allow them to follow that. So that might be the way to go. Just try not to overdo the documentation and just rely on them to either understand craps or be willing to follow that link and learn enough about craps. So that might be my thought there, is to not go overboard on the errors here. So I'm rethinking this next aspect here as well. I think I will add in the help message. Just because if they don't understand that they need to put in a number, they don't understand why they're getting this error, the help message would help why they're seeing that error. Same with unable to, or invalid number. I think the same thing. Put them to the help, which contains the link that talks about craps and will allow them to learn about craps, and that would be sufficient to give them the help they need. Same with this, invalid number for help, do that. Handle hop bet, you must specify 2 die values. Yes, I think help here works as well. Enable to parse, I think we'll do the same thing here since we did enable to parse. You know, one of the things that's occurring to me is we have this repetitive statement here. And what I might want to do is replace all of these for help messages with a new function that includes this, so I don't have to repeat myself over and over and over again. I'm almost done. So I'm going to continue on as is, but I might do a refactoring before we're done here. Die values must be between 1 and 6. Yeah, so here we're actually able to give a specific message. because here we know exactly what we're supposed to have. We can't do that for the number processing because that's such a generic function, and the same logic wouldn't be applicable in all cases. If I really cared, I could potentially put in another parameter that tells it how to process. I don't know. I don't know if I care that much about it. You must specify an amount. Same thing, we'll just do for help with all of these. I know what to parse. For help, do that. Bet is too small. For help, do that. Bet exceeds your available balance. So here there isn't really help that will help with this. You basically need to make a smaller bet. You've already made this bet. Well, again, help doesn't help. You can't make the bet a second time. Banker cannot accept this bet for any amount. Again, help doesn't really help here. You basically just aren't allowed to make this bet at this time because your banker balance is too low. Payout of blah 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 exceeds balance, maximum allowed bet. Here we're telling you what your maximum allowed bet is, and so that's all the help you need. Just if you want to make this bet, make the bet for that maximum amount. Payout of blank exceeds max payout, maximum allowed bet. Again, maximum allowed bet. You already have the information you need. And finally, bet made. You need a point first. It's like you can't make this bet until you have a point. Help probably doesn't really talk about that. But we could add it. I mean, there is, again, if you don't understand the game of craps, again, there is that craps link that helps. So we'll do that. Bet exceeds your maximum odds bet. And so here, you were given the information to make the appropriate bet, so this is fine. Pass odds check, you need a pass bet first. So again, having help might help for this. So you can find out how to play craps. You don't pass, help works for that as well. You cannot bet, don't point when a point is set. Oops. Don't pass, I should say. More help. You cannot bet fire once a fire point has been made. Here we're having wrapping issues. Since I'm going to refactor this, I'm going to ignore this wrapping issue right for the moment. You cannot bet fire when a point is set. Odds check, you need a type bet on this number first. And helps with that. I should just copy paste the space in here so I don't have to always add that space. Now we're back to the beginning. Yeah, so let's just do this. Let's just add in a help message. We'll just take username message. And we'll say this dot user message. We'll pass in username, comma, message plus the help message, which I no longer have on my clipboard because I think I got this in there. Yeah, so I need to do fix me. Now let's go ahead and grab that help message.
Let's go.
There are so many messages here, but none of them are the help message. Oh, here we are. I recognize command for help, blah, 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 craps help. And so now what we could do is call help message wherever we want this message, rather than having to copy paste in this message every single time. So this way, if I ever change how I want this to be formatted, I only have to change it once. So again, look for this. And replace every call to help message. Of course, not this one, obviously. All right, so we have this dot help message, and we get rid of all of this. Same for here, we replace it with help message, get rid of all of this. Would have been nice if I would have thought of this refactoring earlier, but better late than never. This I've already done the analysis for what messages I want to include the extra help. That was the kind of lengthy part of that. Unrecognized bet. So many places to go clean up here. I added a lot of these help messages. Now the plus side, next time I go looking for user messages, it will exclude all of these help messages. So if I do want to do another audit pass for looking for more help messages, or messages I want to convert to help messages, that'll ignore or skip over all the ones I've already converted, so that'll be nice. Damn, there's a lot of these. I think we're getting close, though. Yeah, we're pretty close to the end now. That is too small. Do we want to do this one here? If it's less than 1. Yeah, let's keep it. In fact, I think I might want to do another pass through these messages and perhaps add even more things. It might be too much. We'll do a couple of tests and see if it's just super, way too much. I forgot we have a bunch of these as well. But we're close. Not too many error messages left here. And here's the one that, well, I did not reformat this because I know it's going to refactor. So now I don't even deal with that refactor and that reformatting. Fire check. Yeah, more stuff here. Yep, here's another formatting issue we'll ignore or fix by going back to help message. All right, now we're back to the beginning. So let's do another quick search for user message and to see if there's any other messages we've skipped that might apply. So this is if you won, if you lose. So these are for the administrative role command. So probably no real help needed here. In fact, I think the help doesn't even talk about this. In order to view help for the admin command, you have to go to the main README. And this is where we talk about debugging tools, die rolls, stuff like that. And so the player guide won't even help with any of this. So let's continue to skip this. Here is the help command. So we just want the user message there. Then we have information. Here we have information. I was wondering if that was error, but nope, that's information. Information. Here we have information. Information. So the reason why I skipped this one is because I looked at the help for the banker. And we don't have anything here that says you cannot bet if you're the banker. So that's probably what we should add here. Is I think if we want to say help message here, let's go ahead and do that. And now let's go back to our guide and say, note that you cannot bet when you are the banker. So that way if somebody brings up the help looking for assistance on why they're getting this message. And I guess it is kind of pretty much saying the same thing here, but I don't know. I think I'm probably going overboard on help messages at this point, so we'll see how bad it gets, and I might pare this back at some point. But I think in any case, I think this note here is useful so that people looking to be the banker will understand that, okay, there is a limitation, and when I'm the banker, I cannot bet, and it might not be any fun for them if they really want to be betting. They might not understand that that is a limitation. So this is great. I like this. Whether I'll keep this as a help message or not, we'll see. Bet exceeds your available balance. Yeah, so here it is an error, but the information you need to fix it is given in the error message. We give you your available balance, so I think that's fine. You've already made this bet again, I think that's fine. Banker cannot accept this bet for any amount. Banker balance is splat. Yeah, so here there's nothing you can do to fix the problem. You simply can't make this bet until the banker gets a larger balance. Here, payout exceeds blah, 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 maximum bet. You're given the information you need to fix the problem. Same here as well. Bet made. Bet exceeds your maximum odds bet. And then we tell you what your maximum odds bet is. The only thing that the guide might talk about here is we do say default maximum odds is 100x, but that's configurable. And so I'm not even sure if I should or want to put this in here or not. I kind of have a note on my list of things to look at of what to do about that. So I think in this case, the help guide is not what's going to help you, because the guide may not have the exact or the accurate definition for what your max odds are. So here you just go with the information of what you're getting. Your max bet is splat. So that's fine there. Alright, so that's all of the changes. Let's give this a try and see what this looks like. I'll be poking at a few different error conditions here, so it'll be a little bit messy. Let's give it a try here. So first we have, craps, does this work by itself? We must specify a command for help, craps help. And then if I say craps bet, You need a banker before you can bet for help, craps help. Okay. Let's do craps banker. You're the banker. Now let's do craps bet. The banker cannot bet. For help, craps help. I think I'm okay with all the messages I've seen so far. Hasn't seemed excessive yet. Banker cannot bet. Let's do a bot bet. Let's just make sure that this stuff doesn't work. Oh, that does work because it's random. My bad. All right, well, allows me to get past that. Let's see, let's continue on. Let's have stream elements be the banker, bot banker. Craps bet. Specify which bet you wish to make for help, craps help. Craps bet pass. Specify an amount for help, craps help. Craps bet pass kappa. Craps bet pass 0. Let's see, this one. Will help really help with this? Because really they just need to make a larger bet. They have all the information they need. Bet can't be 0. Alright, let's look at that here. Say bet is too small. We know at this point that our safe parsing will prevent someone from specifying a negative number. That might not have been the case before, but now if I say craps bet pass for -10, we know that the negative sign will be unable to parse. And so now we could say, well, if it's less than 1, we know it's 0. We say you cannot bet 0. In fact, we could do this. Just a format. We'll pass in 0. And let's make this a regular message, user message. Let's see what that looks like. Let's bring our bot banker bat, craps bet pass 0. You cannot bet 0.00. And I didn't put in the period afterwards because I didn't want it to look like another decimal point. The other thing I could potentially do is say, make it a colon. I'll typically do things like, colon something with no decimal point or no period at the end. So maybe try that. Bot banker, craps bet pass 0. You cannot bet 0.00. I think that's fine. And then we don't need help here because they have the information they need. They just need to bet a larger amount. So craps bet pass for $1 billion. That exceeds your available balance of splat. Now we know, okay, well let's say craps bet 9875. Oops. Craps, bet, pass. 9875. Payout of 9875 exceeds max payout of 106. Maximum allowed bet 106. Craps, bet 106. Oops, damn it. Craps, bet, pass 106. Alright, let's just look through all of the cases where we have a help message and just make sure we've hit it. So you must specify a command. I think we've hit. Craps. You must specify a command. Boom. Alright, got that. Unrecognized command. We haven't tested that one yet. So craps foo. Unrecognized command for help. Craps help. Excellent. We need a banker before you can bet. We've tested that, I think. I don't think we've tested that. We've tested the banker cannot bet, but I don't think we've tested this one. So let's just do a quick test here. Say craps, bet, pass, 5. We need a banker before you can bet. All right, so we've tested that one. The banker cannot bet. All right, so craps banker, craps bet pass 5. Banker cannot bet. All right. Just go through these in order here. So craps. Well, we need our bot banker back. Bot banker. And what's the next one? Banker cannot bet. We've tested. You must specify which bet you wish to make. So craps bet. That looks good, and that's definitely one of the ones I wanted to fix up. So let's continue on. Unrecognized bet. So craps bet kappa. Unrecognized bet for help. Craps help looks good. Get bet number. Hello, Coint. Welcome to the stream. You can certainly help test as well. In this case, if you wanted to make a bet, you would need to specify the type of bet you wish to make before you do the amount. So like pass line or fire or something like that. And you're certainly able to help test as well. Let's see, so get bet number. We could test this with the place bet. So say craps bet place and give it no number. And you must specify a number. Excellent. Then we have unable to parse. So craps bet place kappa. Unable to parse for help. Craps help. I think that works. Invalid number. So this would be if it's less than 4 or 7 or greater than 10. So say craps bet place 7. That should be invalid number. And we have hard point. Yeah, let's try this. This means we can't bet a 5 or a 9. So craps bet hard 5. Quite, you've run into my parsing logic in that it enforces that it's numerals only. So you have to remove the quotes around the two if you do wish to make that bet. But it's also possible you're just testing different things and you know what you're doing. So don't mind me if you're just poking around at different things. Sorry, so we've tested the hard bet. Let's continue on. We have handle hop bet. Yeah, so for this one, craps bet hop, we need to specify 2 die values. So craps bet hop kappa baby rage. And I want to parse them. Craps bet hop I say, well, that's the you must specify and able to parse. Then we have die values between 1 and 6. So let's try hop, try 8 and 1 and 8. Actually, 0 and 8. Die values must be between 1 and 6. Then we have handle bet for an amount, so we can do a real bet. So craps bet pass, but don't give it an amount. You must specify an amount for help. Blah blah blah. And able to parse, so we can say craps bet pass kappa. Unable to parse. Let's see. Let's go back up a little bit here. Unable to parse. You cannot bet 0. I don't know. I think I'm going to keep it as a help message. Let's try betting 0 and see what that looks like here. Craps bet pass for 0. I think that works. Still trying to figure out what to do about that dollar amount. Whether I want to put a period at the end or not. We'll continue on at least. Let's see here. Bet exceeds. Oops. You must specify an amount and able to parse. You cannot bet 0. So we have username. Bet exceeds our available balance. We do not give help on this because the thought is you have the help that you need, the information you need. So if I say craps bet, you a large, super large amount. Oops. Craps bet pass and a super large amount. Even when I'm trying to do it right, I still get it wrong sometimes. Bet exceeds our available balance of splat. So I can fix that by saying craps bet pass 9876. Payout of blah 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 exceeds max payout of blah 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 blah. So we've got bet exceeds available balance. What we've got, we have, you've already made this bet. We'll test that here in a second. Let's just do this. We'll say craps bet fire for 1. Craps bet fire for 1. You've already made this bet. And we don't need help on that because help doesn't really help you. It's like you can't do it a second time. Banker cannot accept this bet for any amount. Banker balance is splat. Now that's a tough one to check because I need to have a low banker balance. So let's just go ahead and test this. Let's copy players.json to players.json.back. Echo players.json and set stream elements to a low amount. Oops. Stream elements is 10.67. That's probably a little lower than I was wanting to go. Let's give it 100 times that, or 10 times that. All right, now let's try the fire bet. So we need our bot banker back. Craps bet fire for 1. And now the bot cannot accept this bet for any amount because the banker balance is just too low. We need a minimum banker balance of 999 to support that bet. And again, there's just no amount of help that will help with that. User message, payout exceeds banker balance of blah, 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 blah. Maximum allowed bet. So we could try this. Banker balance is 106, so I could say, craps bet field for 100. Payout of 300 exceeds banker balance of 106. Maximum allowed bet is $1. So we've tested this message. Payout of blah exceeds max payout of blah. I think we could do craps bet field for 5. And I think we'll get this other message now. Payout of 15 exceeds max payout of 107. Max allowed bet is $1. Yeah, I think that works. And bet made. That's not an error. Help message. You need a point first. So this is if we're placing like an odds bet. So say craps bet pass odds for... Oh, let's see. Actually go back to our regular dollar amounts here. Let's remove players.json and move players.json back to players.json so we have our regular dollar amounts back. And let's play some real bets here. So let's say bot banker, get our banker back. Craps bet, and what was I going to test? Ah, yes, if we do a point check. So this is if we try to place an odds bet and we don't have a point. So craps bet pass odds for 10 should complain. We need a pass bet first. Okay. How about come bet? Come bet is the same thing. So craps bet come for 5. We'll exercise that you need a point first. I think that works. And again, that help will tell them how to play the game. We'll give them the link to the Wizard of Odds site. User message, bet exceeds your maximum odds. Yeah, let's test this. Let's do a craps bet pass for 5. And actually, craps roll 1. Let's get rid of that. We need to make a smaller bet for this to test this. Say craps bet pass for 1. And now let's do a point of... I don't know if it matters. Craps roll 2, and craps bet pass odds. My maximum would be 100, so let's go 101. Bet exceeds your maximum odds bet of 100. Now if I bet 100, I'm going to hit another error. Craps bet pass odds for 100. Probably could be the max payout. Exceeds max payout of 106. Maximum allowed bet is 53. So craps bet pass odds for 53. So with all of those, the help wouldn't be necessary. You basically need to... you just see the information that you were given, and that tells you how to fix the problem. Unfortunately, there's kind of this 3-layer process here where you have... for the first check would be your... if it exceeds your balance. Second check exceeds your maximum odds. Third check is does it exceed the banker's balance. Fourth check is does it exceed the max payout. So it'd be nice if there is a way to simplify that over time so that if you do exceed the maximum amount that you're allowed to make for any number of reasons, whether it exceeds your balance or whether it exceeds the banker's balance, whether it exceeds your max odds, whether it exceeds the max payout, that it tells you what your possible bet is. The reason why I don't do that is there's some complexity attached to that. I do have a feature documented to add a max keyword to place bets for the maximum amount. So if you don't care what the amount is, you just want to do the max you can bet, you can replace the amount with that, and that would certainly help with some of this. And then once I add support for this, I would have that amount available to supply to those error messages. So I think I might add, update bet error messages when betting in excess of what is allowed to display the maximum allowed bet. Right now the code is just not available to make this happen, but once I add support for the max keyword, I should be able to do this, and that would greatly simplify this process so that with one back and forth, you make a bet that's too large, the error says, hey, this is the max you can make, and then boom, that's it. Right now we have, like, depending on the exact scenario, you might have like 3 or 4 back and forths before you actually find a bet you can make. So these two would help simplify that. For now though, let's continue on with the logic and look for more error messages to test here. So I've done a point check. This is for like the come bet. We've tested this and that seems to work. Max odds check. We've tested this. Pass odds check. You need a pass bet first. And I think we inadvertently tested this. Do I have a pass bet? Let's look at my bets here. I do have a pass line bet and pass odds. Let's go ahead and have this crap out. So craps roll 3-4 just so I can test this next thing here. Got our bot banker back. Craps bet pass odds for 10. And this should complain here that you need a pass bet first. And we do get our help. Excellent. Continuing on, don't pass. You need a don't pass bet first. Let's go ahead and test that. Craps bet don't pass odds for 10. You need a don't pass bet first. And probably in both these cases, we need a point first. So if I say craps bet pass for, well, 1 doesn't matter. Craps bet don't pass for 1. Craps roll 2-2. I screwed up. Let's undo this. Craps roll 3-4. Bring our banker back. Craps bet pass for 1. Craps bet don't pass for 1. I was too fast on that. Oh no, somebody else is too fast here. That was Coint did a bet there. Sorry about that. You hopped in just when we didn't have a banker. If you make that bet now, that should work. Just that's the possible hassle with working with a bot while I'm testing it, is sometimes you'll hit it in a bad state. So apologies for that, but a bet now for that amount should work. So I've got my pass bet, and I'll say craps bet don't pass for the same amount. And let's get a point of 4, so craps roll 2-2. Oh, I'm jumping ahead again. I don't want the point yet. All right, so before I make a point, I want to test these two conditions to say we need a point first. So let's try craps bet pass odds for 10. This should complain that I needed a point first. Yep. Craps bet don't pass odds for 10. Should also complain I need a point first. And same with the come bet. Craps bet come for 5. Same thing. All goes to the same place. Oh, I screwed up. Craps bet come for 5. All goes to the same place. So great. All this is working. Don't pass check. You cannot bet don't pass when a point is set. Yeah, so let's go ahead and 7 out this. So craps roll 3, 4. And let's do another bot banker. Craps bet. Actually, that's not bet. Let's just do a roll. So craps roll. Set a point of 2 or 4, I guess. And now let's do don't pass. So craps bet don't pass for 5. You cannot bet don't pass when a point is set for help. Craps help. Excellent. You cannot bet fire once a fire point has been made. You cannot bet fire when a point is set. Let's test this one first. This will be easy. So we have a point is set. So craps bet fire. Am I specify an amount? Yeah, craps bet fire for 1. Oh yeah. Alright, yeah, good. You cannot bet fire when a point is set for help. Craps help. This will be a little harder to test because I need someone to bet the fire bet. And I don't have a way of forcing this right at the moment. This is where this testing add a force command, allow the bot owner to run a command as another user. This would allow me to help test this. In the meantime, I need to find a way to kind of force this here. Let's see, let's just add in a new command temporarily. In case of the test command, let's just say this dot process command. The username will be test. The command data will be bet fire 1. Break. To do remove me. So this will allow me to do a very simple primitive test that I need to test the fire command here, the fire bet. So let's get our bot banker back. Let's issue the test command. Oops, craps test. And then let's see here. Let's do a force a roll here. So craps roll 2, 2. Now let's hit that. So craps roll 2, 2. Point was made. Fire points 4. And so now I cannot make my own fire point. So if I say craps bet fire for 1, I'll get the error that I want to test. Now we need to be more careful with this. We need to escape those. Now you cannot bet fire once a fire point has been made. So there is that. Excellent. And then we've already tested this one. You cannot bet fire when a point is set. So if we do another point, craps roll 2, 2. Craps bet. Actually, we need to clear out this because now I'm still getting that first one. So let's just 7 out. Craps roll 3, 4. Bot banker. Craps roll 2-2. Craps, bet, fire for 1. And I got pretty far ahead of the bot there, but we finally got the error message, you cannot bet fire when a point is set. So both those error messages are working just fine. So continuing on, let's take a look. We have our come odds check. You need a type bet on this number first. So if I want to bet come odds on, say, the 5, so craps bet come odds on the 5 for 5. So you need a come bet on this number first for help, craps help. Craps bet don't come odds 5-5. You need a don't come bet on this number first for help, craps help. And that is every error condition that I could think of, that I could see in the code. Let's go remove that to do so that we don't have this test code running around. Let's go bounce the bot real fast. Let's go remove the test account here. Make sure that test command is gone. Craps test. Perfect. All right, so I'm going to leave the bot running here while I take a look at the code and get commit ready here. So let's get our bot banker running. I'll just do a simple bet while we're waiting. All right, so we've added our new help message function. This basically allows you to call this with a message. We paste in the message and then attach for help. Type in craps help. And type in craps help will get you the more specific link to click on. And then, yeah, we replace any place where we would display that, and we call help message instead. So there's a few places where we did already have that, and we've refactored that. There's several places where we had no help message, and we've replaced the call to user message with help message. So that just includes the help message now. And should be pretty simple. We just did that throughout the code. Just did a couple of passes looking for places where that might make sense. And I did run through all of those error messages, and I think it makes sense. I don't think it's too much based on what I'm seeing here. I reserve the point to change my mind at some point in the future, but I think it works. You know, I never really liked my change here, so I think I'm just going to go back to bet is too small. The whole trying to fit in the $0 currency stuff was just, I didn't like that. So what line was that? 1327 or something. Not quite here, but around in this area. We've already made bet exceeds. Here it is. You cannot bet 0. Let's just replace this. Let's go back to help message. Let's do the diff again. Yeah, bet is too small. This is where it was. And we did user message to help message. Let's just test that real fast. Make sure that change is good and we didn't break anything. So crap. So we need our banker back. Bot banker. Craps bet pass for 1. Hello, the Bitsmith. Welcome to the stream. How is it going? Got me working on my Twitch craps table chat bot here. Just trying to get a commit ready to go. Was testing a few things and have one other small thing to test. What happens if I bet 0? Make sure that message comes back properly. Excellent. Yes, it says bed is too small. I was playing with that message a little bit. I went back to what I had before because I didn't like the change I made. Let's continue to look at the diff. So this is what we were looking at. We just replaced user message with help message. So that's what's sending out the craps help message there. Then all these other ones, you need a point first, you need a pass bet first, you need a don't pass. Can't bet don't pass when a point is set. You cannot bet fire once a point has been made. You cannot bet fire when a point is set. And you need a type bet on this number first. And we also added a note to the help to indicate that you cannot bet when you're the banker. And I think we'll make that a different commit here. So first, let's just commit craps table. And we're working on this one. Add help message to error messages where appropriate. Add help message to most error messages is pretty much what happened there. Go ahead and commit to that. And the next one is we changed the guide. And what was the change to the guide again? We just added this note here that you cannot bet when you are the banker. So yeah, so let's work on a commit message for that. Add note to guide that you cannot bet when you are the banker. Just keep the same grammar there. It's been a while since I've committed. I think I have like 3 or 4 commits behind here, 4 commits. And I just changed some documentation. I want to go ahead and push this to GitHub so that I can make sure the documentation shows up correctly. All this code is open source, so if you do wish to take a look, you can go to GitHub to take a look. I'll send you a link in chat so you can take a look there. And let's take a look. Actually, so here's the main project. You can see that I just pushed 4 commits, so it's now 74 commits. Changed a minute ago. And then the guide is down here, our player guide. So I want to make sure that this shows up. Note that you cannot bet when you are the banker. So excellent, the documentation got updated properly. Alright, so that is the extent of kind of that cleanup there. We've implemented stricter integer parsing. We've refactored code for processing command prefix into a new function, or a couple of new functions to simplify that logic. We've added the help message to most error messages. We updated the guide to indicate that you cannot bet when you're the banker. So next on the list is to continue to look at scripting here. I've been struggling for a while, and I kind of want to wrap up, but I think I do want to at least start on this task so I can have something to show and say, hey, I've got some scripting done. So let's think about what could be the most basic element of scripting I can add to make some progress on this task here. And I think having an eval command would be good, and a print command. Use something to basically be able to do something like this. Craps eval print hello. Let's just type that into chat. Oops. There's some garbage attached to that. Let's clean that up. So I'd like that command to be able to do something. Of course, that command doesn't do anything because I've got no scripting support. And so yeah, let's see what it would take to get just that aspect working. And then once we have that, we can begin to build on our evaluation or a scripting engine. So first, I think I want to create a new class, a new file here, say, a scripting class, just so I want to separate out all the scripting logic from the craps table logic. But it's like I've already separated all the Twitch logic from the craps table logic. We'll do a scripting class here. So new file, call it scripting.js. Let's bring over all of the copyright header stuff. Let's close our guide. We don't need that open any longer. And then let's bring over our module exports and find something to do here. So we don't need all of these parameters or variables. These are all part of the craps table. They're not relevant to us here. And we'll just use this as a function template. So my thought is I'm going to want like a process command function. Process command. I want this to take a username and a command. And if this does anything with the command, I want it to return true. If it doesn't do anything, I want it to return false. So that's the basic start. Right now, this does nothing, so let's just return false. It doesn't process any commands at the moment. And now let's go call this guy. So we've got... Actually, for now, let's just throw an exception, just to verify that this is working. Throw. This is not done yet. Just to make sure that we're actually calling this and it's working. Let's go to craps table. Let's go add in another class reference here. Var scripting is equal to scripting.js. Let's do it. Sorry about that cough there. I'm still recovering from a bit of a cold, so I forget to mute myself sometimes. Wasn't quite fast on that, so I apologize for that. Hey, thank you for the follow. Do appreciate that. Yeah, so we've got our scripting variable here. Now let's go see where we want to use this. We have our command processing function. This code's getting pretty unwieldy. I'll probably want to do a refactoring pass to try to clean up some of this and pull some of it out at some point. Kilp31 says, for sure, I love the way you explain what you're doing. Well, thank you. Yeah, I do try to kind of work out via voice what I'm working on, so those who are watching will see what's going on and hopefully be able to understand. I also find it helps me work through my process as well. It's kind of a form of rubber ducky debugging, if you've ever heard of that, where basically you explain what you're doing to a rubber duck. And obviously the rubber duck doesn't actually do anything by itself, but simply the mere fact of explaining it to someone or something else will help you see potential issues and work it out faster. See, Kilp31 says, this looks above my skill set at the moment. I'm currently working on just getting fluent with writing functions. Yes, and you say, yep, I went to a coding bootcamp and they literally gave you a rubby ducky. To great. I'm glad that's such a well-known concept. So yeah, if you're just getting started, there's going to be aspects of this that are going to be beyond what you're familiar with. And as with everything, you basically start with the basics. Writing functions is a great place to start. And you just pick something you want to work on. Doesn't have to be anything huge. Make it work and continue to add on to it. And so, yeah, you're at a great spot. And I think with practice, you'll get there. So I'm going to look for my command processing, because again, I want to call my new scripting command processor. All right, so here's my function for processing a command. We get a username and a command. If command length is 0, means it's an empty string, then we complain you must specify a command. And then we do our command processing here. We get our command name, we get our command data, we do a switch to see what command we're going to do, then we process it based on what that prefix is or that name is. And so what I want to do is say scripting dot, or what do they call it? Process command. Oops. Process command. Give it username and command. If this returns true, then we're done. Return. Boom. Let's just get rid of this. Comments are always kind of tricky, where I don't want to type into the comment exactly what the code does, because that's useless. If you want to know what the code does, you look at the code. This is to kind of say why I'm doing what I'm doing. So in this case, I'm allowing the scripting engine to process the command rather than this class. Or this function. We'll go function. Actually, let's do this up above here, because if the scripting engine does it, we don't even need to do this logic. So if this returns true, we're done. We just return and we don't do anything else. If it returns false, then it's still a command that we need to potentially process. So let's test this and see what this does. Right now we should just get an exception, because that's all that does right now. But we'll see. So craps. Let's just do our bot banker, our usual banker command here, and this should get us our exception. Scripting.process command is not a function. Okay, that's not quite what I was expecting. Let's see what I did wrong here. Did I spell it correctly? Module.exports. Why is this not working? You say var scripting is equal to this. Scripting.js, which should exist. We do the same exact thing with util, and util works. Oh, we're missing a semicolon. Let's try a semicolon at the end. I don't know if that'll make a difference or not. Sometimes it matters, sometimes it doesn't. Bot banker. Scripting.process command is not a function. Oh, I misspelled process. Process command. I had an extra E. Wow, that's crazy. I was just thinking of copy pasting that function name, but I'm like, nah, I'm sure I got it right. No, I didn't get it right. Let's try this one more time with feeling. There we go. Now we got our exception. This is not done yet. So great, so now we know we're going into here and it's calling that function and we're getting this exception. So now let's do a return false because we don't actually do anything yet and make sure that the bot still works. There we go. I can make a bet for $1, or I can set up our moderator bots to be the banker. I can make a bet for $1. All that works. So everything is working just fine. We're just returning false every time here. So now we need to think through what we want this to look like. And so we're going to have a very similar process to how we process commands over here. In fact, I'm going to just copy and paste some of the basics. In fact, yeah, I'm going to assume that they've given a proper command. I'm not going to check lengths. I'm going to skip that. We're already in our scripting function, so let's just grab this stuff. Command name equals that. Command data equals that. And now let's do a switch on command name. All right, so we're going to have multiple commands here. Let's just remove all of these except for one. And we say default will be return true. Actually, false. We want to return false. Because if we don't match one of our commands, we want to say we did not process anything. Let's see, then we said we want to have an eval command, so let's throw in an eval. Say this.eval command. We'll give it username and command data. And then I think we'll return true to indicate that we did process a command. Now the eval function doesn't exist yet, so let's go ahead and build that. Eval command. And what are we going to do? Basically, command data is a text command that we want to evaluate. And so what we need to do is have like a... Oh, I need another function here. Let's do an internal command here, process internal command. Not sure what this will look like just yet. But we need to have support for like a print command, and I don't want print to be something that is accessible to people, where I don't want someone to be able to go to the chat window and type in, craps print foo, and then we get foo out. I don't want print to be a direct command. Of course, it's going to be pretty roughly accessible with eval. Someone could do craps eval print foo, which will then print foo. So it's not much different, but I'm going to have these what I consider internal scripting commands that are accessible to the scripting engine, but not those that are accessible to users directly. What that means, yet I'm not sure, but that's kind of my thought, and the reason why I'm kind of doing this. It's called scripting command rather than internal command. Process scripting command. All right, so we have the eval command, we have our command data, and basically what we need to do is pass this into a scripting command. So let's just call it directly, process scripting command. There's a this process scripting command. And data. Now, we could call process scripting command directly from here rather than calling eval command. You'll note that right now, eval command is a one-liner function that only just turns around and calls process scripting command. The reason why I'm keeping these separate is because we have this need to add in more logic here. For example, to have kind of an evaluation statement that escapes out and evaluates a variable in this case, or an expression. And so the eval function is going to need to be smarter eventually and process out those evaluations and handle those evaluations. Right now we don't have that, so I'm ignoring that for right now, but I am keeping the function separate so that we have the point to do that in the future. And so what I want process scripting command to do is to take everything that we might possibly want to do and handle it here. So let's just do this here. Same thing as before. We'll grab these guys. I want to intercept anything that we don't want to be processed by another aspect of the system. So let's say I want to intercept eval, and I don't want eval to work. So I want to say console.log. I want to say username plus error. Cannot eval in an eval. So what I'm trying to prevent here is for someone to say, do a craps eval print foo, where you want eval to not evaluate itself. So if we do an eval and we pick up an eval, we want to have an error there and return. Actually, we could just break here. We don't need a default here, because if we don't hit anything that we want to process, we just continue on, and we'll look at what's next here. Up next is print. What happens if we want to do a print? Console.log username, and let's just do a print, followed by the message, plus command data. And then we break. So we handle eval and we handle print. Anything else, we will go back to the craps table. Of course, how do we call the craps table? We basically want something that's like craps table dot process command, and we want to give it username followed by command. And this will hopefully indicate why we want to short circuit the eval, because what will happen here is once we get this working, this will call the craps table process command, which will go back and call our own scripting process command, which will then allow eval to do its thing. And so in order to prevent this eval from running a second time, we short circuit it here before we call the craps table. Then also note that these things are not accessible to people who run commands directly. What we're missing is how how we set up this callback here. And so what I think we need to do is, well, first we need a callback. So let's say, I think we did something like this in craps table. Let's go look this up. We defined a function that was undefined. Ah, yes. Override this function to listen to craps table messages. So maybe on process command, let's take username, comma, command. Right now it does nothing. Say override this function to handle commands coming from the scripting engine. Now we can call this guy, this.onProcessCommand. And now we need to go to our craps table and set up that callback. So we have an init. This is probably the place to do it. And we could say scripting dot on process command is equal to this dot process command. Set us up to handle commands coming from the scripting engine. And I think that is enough to do it. Of course, one thing that just occurred to me is I'm getting a bit ahead of myself here. Right now we're just implementing this print, but the thought is to add support for other commands like a bet command. And so maybe I will just skip this for the moment. I've kind of worked out the details. But yeah, let's not do this just yet, because it's not necessary yet. So let's go back into here. Let's drop what was it? This guy. Because there's just more stuff to think about before we do this, and we'll drop this guy. And now let's do another default. We'll do this. Console.log error cannot evaluate. That's just an unrecognized command. Unrecognized command. Plus command data. Let's see, this is not quite correct because this is going to print out the echo statement along with everything else. And so what we should do here is actually call a new function. Let's go create a print command. Let's take username, command data. Not sure what to do with this just yet. We'll grab this. Actually, you know what? I'm wrong. This actually does work because command data is the remainder of the command. So we've parsed out the name, which is print. Command data is the data we want to print. So no, I think this is correct. What we're missing here is this needs to be command name, not command data. So that's simple enough. We'll keep that as is, then we can drop this. Let's go ahead and line these up. I'll probably end up making functions for these at some point, but for right now, just keeping them all in line, I think works for me. And the only thing we're missing is we need to do requires on the util so that we have access to that stuff. So let's go grab that from craps table. Var util is equal to require of that. And I think we have enough in place to have a basic print command or a basic eval with print working. So let's just give this a try. And I'll type in a simple eval, say craps eval print hello. All right, so something is broken here. This is Twitch crap spot util line 32. Util line 32. Split of value. We're not able to split value. I must have passed something weird in. Let's go see what the stack trace is. Object collapse space. Get command prefix, line 49, 21. Scripting, line 46. Let's see what line 46 of scripting looks like here. Get command prefix command. I need to pass in username followed by command data. I missed the username. So that the command was undefined, and that's why that was failing. So I'll try this one more time. So craps eval print hello. Right, so we have cute pixel print hello. Now let's try the other air conditions here. We have what happens if we try to evaluate an eval. So craps eval print hello. Cannot evaluate in an eval. All right. Craps eval bet pass for 5. Unrecognized command bet. Yeah, so we don't handle these craps command that we might want to otherwise pass in to the rest of the system. I think I could simplify things a little bit here. And that says we don't have the recursive command processing yet, where we don't call back to the main craps table. I think we can skip eval processing and just handle print and unrecognized commands. So you either give it print or you get an error. If you try to do an eval, it will be an unrecognized command. Once we start adding in the more recursive command handling, where we end up calling back to craps table, and craps table calls back to us, we'll need to think a little more carefully about what to do with that. Thinking if I want to make any other changes here. Yeah, we could think of a few things here. We could do like, let's just add a new function. We could do what we did up above, or in the craps table, we could do user message. Takes username followed by message, and do a console log of the message, console log username colon plus the message. So that simplifies some of that there. We can do a print command. This would be this.user message. We give it username, followed by the word print, followed by the command data. And we can simply replace this then we could do error message. Let's go ahead and add error message here. This is going to look very much like this. This way, if I change my mind about how to handle errors, how to handle print, I have just one function to go to rather than having to clean up a billion little locations. Let's do this dot error message, username, comma, and recognize command. I think I'm going to try lining this stuff up. It's just too soon to do that. So lots of little tiny functions, but the intent is to try to pull out and refactor the logic for handling these commands into those functions so I don't have to repeat that logic down the road. If I decide to change how I handle prints and errors, or even user messages in general, I'll be able to do that. One of the things to note is I'm doing console log here rather than doing Twitch chat messages. And the reason for that is because these scripts are going to be running perhaps a great deal of code. You know, we're going to have scripting with potential function calls and expression evaluations and possible loops. And so if there's debugging information or stuff that's being printed out, I don't want to spam the chat channel with that. I want that to go to the console. And in fact, I'll probably add in a whole debugging interface so that if you have a whole lot of debugging information, that'll go to a debug log, and then you can request that to be brought up a page at a time. So you won't even smash the console at that point. You'll request that a page at a time rather than just ruining the console for everybody else. So that's probably ultimately what I'll be doing, is to add a debugging interface along those lines, which we'll see. But that's why I'm using the console, so that this stuff doesn't pollute the chat window, which is already pretty messy as it is. So let's just give this another try. We should still have print working, and we should have the unrecognized command working. So let's just make sure that that all works and see where we're at. So as before, we say craps eval print hello. And we print out hello. We're going to do craps eval bet pass 5. Unrecognized command bet. Craps eval print Hello! And we've got a nice command, eval. So great. I think the basics are working. The intent here is to basically get a start to the scripting engine. We've added an eval command. We've added support for a print command underneath eval. And now this is working. We can now evaluate a print hello statement. What we're missing is to do expressions. So if I do an expression like this, that will not, it'll parse and it'll run, it just won't do any expression evaluation. So we see we print out die1. What we really want to do is evaluate that to a variable, a system-defined variable that doesn't exist yet. We have a whole list of system-defined variables that we'll want to add at some point. Die1, die2, die total, stuff like that. All that stuff is stuff we'll want to add at some point, and probably others as well as user-defined variables. And so that's kind of where we're going. I just wanted to kind of start the scripting process because I've been talking about it for a couple of weeks now, and I've been putting it off and doing other kinds of work, but I wanted to at least get the basics started here before I wrap up for today. So, add scripting engine with ability to evaluate a print command. How about start scripting engine with ability to evaluate a print command. Let's take a look at our code. Alright, so we've been working on scripting.js. We've also touched crapstable.js. Let's go see what's changed there. We've added a require on scripting, and we reformatted some of these others, just re-indented them a little bit or realigned them. Though I've added this one line here, or this couple lines, to allow the scripting engine to process commands. So when the eval command comes in, it processes that and then returns. Hey, 19 Raphael, how is it going? Thank you for checking out my stream. You caught me just in the tail end of wrapping up some work here. I'm working on adding a simple scripting engine to my craps table chatbot, and just coded up a very simple evaluation engine here. It doesn't do anything other than print out the arguments that it's given when you're given a print command, but it gives hooks to do other more elaborate stuff once we get there. And so I'm just doing a quick visual review of the scripting file here. We've added the copyright header, just standard copyright header there. We require util. It gives us access to the command prefix functionality. We've added process command. This is kind of the root function that allows all commands to be processed. We get our command name, our command data. We switch our command name if it's eval. We call the eval command. This eventually goes and calls process scripting command. And this handles things like print. And handles error messages. If we give it a command that doesn't recognize, we get unrecognized command. So very basic still. And we have printing functionality, error functionality, and logging functionality. So just a bunch of stuff to all support this eval and print logic. But when it comes time to add in more evaluation, we can add that logic here to process expressions and stuff like that. So that's where that would go, and add more commands and just keep going. We'll just continue to build it as we go on. So this looks good. Let's go ahead and commit to this. Make sure I'm committing what I expect, craps table and scripting. Now let's go ahead and push this over to GitHub. So Yeah, 19 Raphael says, I love JavaScript. Yeah, JavaScript is fun. It's there's a lot of cool stuff you could do with it. My start with it was within web browsers, doing web pages and whatnot. But with the advent of Node, it allows you to do command line JavaScript and all sorts of fun stuff. So yeah, I'm really liking it. It allows you to get a really fast start with some projects. It has some kind of cool features that I'm using as well. All right, so that's pushed. Let's go take a look at that. For those who want to take a look, we can look it up on GitHub. There is a link to take a look. Go make sure that got pushed here. 19 Raphael says, your code is well organized. Well, thank you. I do try. Now, this is kind of a test prototype project, so I'm not doing as much kind of professional work to it as I would do if I was working on a project that was less of a test and less of an experiment. So I'd be looking at more documentation and unit tests and stuff like that. But for even a proof of concept and prototype, yeah, I do try to keep things well organized. So I've got my craps table logic, my scripting logic, and my Twitch logic all separated into separate files. The util file for those kind of small utility functions I keep using. Do what I can. You know, I'm a big fan of having code that is readable because I found it's easy to write code. It's hard to read code. And so you always want to think through your future self and what are you going to be doing with your code in the future, and make sure that when you look at the code, you can find what you're looking for easily, you can understand what's going on easily, you can make changes easily. And so as much as you can do to make that process as easy as possible makes your future self, your future work easier to do. So I definitely work hard on that and work on code formatting and organization and stuff like that. Okay, well, I've been streaming for about 4.5 hours now. I think this is a good stopping point for me. I'll just do a quick summary of some of the work I've done today and where I'm going next. If you like what you see here, this is my stream schedule. I tend to stream every Sunday morning at 9 a.m. United States Pacific Time. Unfortunately, next Sunday is Father's Day, so I will not be streaming, most likely not streaming next Sunday, just because I want to ensure I have time to hang out with my dad on Sunday next week. So my next definite scheduled stream will be Sunday, June 23rd at 9 a.m. However, I might do some streams in between now and then. I'm looking at trying to do some streaming in the evening during the week. So you might see me pop up maybe around 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening a few days during the week, depending on what my schedule looks like. So go ahead and look for that. My time zone is United States Pacific Time, UTC -7. So be sure to take that into account for your time zone changes if you're not in my time zone. I'm likely going to continue working on my open source JavaScript craps table chatbot project. I really like the concepts of this scripting engine, so I definitely want to continue to explore this, continue to add to it. I think next up I do want to continue to, or start thinking through the evaluation of simple expressions like built-in variables and stuff like that. So that's probably what I'll look at next time. I have other stuff to look at as well that I'll probably look at over time as well. You know, allow the bot to use the chat room, add a force command, allow the bot owner to run commands as another user. That's kind of for testing purposes. Right now I have myself and I have stream elements, and I'm able to do some testing with both of those, but it's limited. And so having the ability to do 3 or more users would help with that. Add a banker queue. Allow the bot to serve as the banker if no one volunteers. Clean up the debug log. This is to support having the bot in a chat room, because right now all the chat just goes to my main stream chat room. And as we can see, it tends to be a little cluttered. And so my thought is to create a dedicated chat room just for testing and working with the bot. And that would hopefully keep the chat room free for people to chat and interact with me there. And that way I won't miss as many chat messages. Then there's other more craps logic to look at as well. We want to add the max keyword to place bets for the maximum amount. That will help with a couple things. We have a few craps bets we're missing. Bottom, top, all, big 6-8, horn, world, those are all missing there. Allow players to change bets. Ability to turn bets off and on. Consider a craps ready command or similar to allow the game to go faster. Consider crap stop, and consider limiting the leaderboard to active players. Not quite an issue yet because we have so few people playing, the leaderboard isn't huge, but eventually as more people play, we'll want the leaderboard to be limited to a smaller number of players. A few issues I'm tracking. Excess arguments to a command are silently ignored, so if I say, let's do a test command here, craps banker kappa, the kappa is ignored. And I just decided to pretty much ignore all that stuff across the board. Had to document maximum odds since it's configurable, still not sure what to do with that yet. Investigate JavaScript's integer parsing. We've actually handled this. We've done a safe parse function, and so that's handled. I've solved that issue now. Should players be able to bet amounts smaller than $1? For now, I'm still saying no on that. Then consider moving the chatbot to a different chat room. There's some issues attached to that. This work should solve those issues, but we'll see. That's kind of my thought there. So yeah, so that's basically what I've been working on. This is what I did today. This is what I'll be working on next time. And I'm going to wrap it up here. So thank you very much for checking me out. Again, if you want to see me stream again, my next definite stream will be 2 weeks from today, Sunday, June 23rd, 9 a.m. Pacific time. I will probably end up streaming a few times throughout the evening, throughout the next couple of weeks, just so I can continue to make some progress. It's tougher to schedule that because my schedule is a little bit more variable there. But I'll definitely be back in 2 weeks, and I'll hopefully see you guys then and see you guys sooner. Thank you for checking me out, and have a great day.